Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Sorry for the huge delay. All kinds of craziness with computers, but we've got ourselves Wally the Walrus. He is back. Actually, one of the things that was making me late was trying to film a video. Well, the video was filmed. The editing part of it was just, it didn't go as planned. Last night, we didn't plan to do this, but we did this anyway. This is also from Archvillain Games right there. So these are 3D printed. Hey there, Landrast. Yeah, Landrast. Boy, the computers just went nuts today. I think I figured out actually why this one, you can't really see it here. Why you could almost count the, whatchamacallit's on this guy right here. Somehow I didn't see the simplify object message here. So that's why you could see the polygons on here. And that was only something I found out by accident. Hey there, Recoil. Again, sorry I couldn't catch you last night. About the last 18 hours or so of, well, they went up kind of how they were going for you. Was it how many hours without power, and then all of a sudden it comes back just out of nowhere? Because, of course, right now I'm seeing, let me get rid of this guy here. That's actually just some junk that was transferred on the brush there. Okay, there's this one over here. This is with the translucent resin, so yeah, let's get rid of this thing. Just get it out of the way. And let me get my water here. Just get this stuff off of me here. Hey there, Crazy Wolf. Nice to see ya. Okay, I think we've pretty much, there's not much more I can do with it. Oh, still didn't get the primer down there. That's okay. We're just going to be doing some of our dry brushy stuff here. Let's just get this right here. Let's just start doing some stuff here. No, Recoil, it was the machine where I do all of the... Wow, that's interesting. That cracked right there. It's the machine where I do all of the editing and rendering. For whatever reason, of course, and that's my last good work machine. That is acting all kinds of weird lately. Let's put it this way. I did even Control-Alt-Delete was not enough to break the freeze that was generated by the bamboo slicer. And of course, I was trying to render a video at the same time, which killed the video render. And then I thought, oh, I'll just bring it back up and start the render again. And then it said, oh no, this file is missing, this file is missing. So it actually took me longer to edit a video that's only an hour long than it did to like film and edit videos that are twice as long. So yeah, it just has been all kinds of madness. I thought I was going to be streaming by about 9:45. Let's put it that way. That's all of this has been delays just trying to do what should have all been done by 9:45. It is now 11:30. So that'll give you a little bit of an indication of the lost time. A lot of this is grays. Oh, actually, let me scare up my reference. So Wally here. 1 second. Okay, there we go. No, not on that. So let's bring him over here so that we can actually see what in the world we're trying to do with this. It was the printing workshop video. Now, of course, in the madness of that, I think I got the answer to the question of why this became so, you could literally count the polygons on the Heracles one here. Now, I tried printing this one, oh my gosh, probably at 3 times that size. The problem is the orientation of it, and then where the supports go. How's about we welcome in Falling Freely? And of course, everybody please give Falling Freely a follow, because to follow Falling Freely is totally free. I'm not saying that 10 times fast. I could barely say it once, slowly. So Freely, how you doing? Great to see you. And of course, Freely, if you want to post anything in the chat that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that too. We're working on another arch-villain figure here. Actually, this is a return of Wally the Walrus. He's actually a master brewer. His specialty is scale ale. It tastes a little bit fishy at first, but it's an acquired taste. Hey there, Riot Sister. Nice to see you too. If everybody wants to please give Riot Sister a follow also. This was last night's stream, also from Archvillain. This is a return of another character right here. That was, well, Mage Priest Bobo. There he is. So I was, again, the return of a few favorite characters right here. Hey, this Mechanic Games, welcome back. How you doing? So, Riot Sister, if there's something you want to post in the chat too, please go ahead. Of course, here was our. This was a very fun project here. Very challenging. This was a three-part series of videos. Little bit of freehand here. We developed it with some sketchy stuff first, like you do. You can even see the hand right there. So that was pretty fun. Now, falling freely. I don't know if you saw these guys, but now I have more of these. Basically, I have all of them. So check this out. It's Lord of the Cats. These are all 3D printed. Let's see. Where's oh, here we go. Here's Gimli, and there's Boromir. Let's see. Oh, Hack and Slash. Actually, if you want to shout out Hack and Slash, that would be fantastic. Because of course, Hack and Slash did the Kathy Goblin, which I can't access right now. It's not within my reach. But we thank Hack and Slash for doing that. Oh, look, and the Argo Kitties. Yes, indeed, the Argo Kitties. Crazy Wolf. Same here. I've had the same kind of weird, stupid stuff like that happen. You get one of those drives, you think, well, that's the smart thing to do, right, Crazy Wolf? And it turns out that it just, well, kind of does that to you. Yeah. Sorry about that, Crazy Wolf. I know that is no fun whatsoever. I think I've actually, I'm sure I've painted something by Twin Goddess Minis before. I know I have. I must have. Because they got some really nifty stuff, too. And of course, this Mechanic Games, you want to post anything to the chat. Recoil, if you wanted to post some stuff to the chat, please go ahead. We just got ourselves a whole bunch of viewers right away. We're painting this with our oil paints like we always do. Riot Sister also working on a Twin Goddess Mini. So again, Riot Sister, you want to post any of that in the chat, please go ahead. And again, Rico, you want to share stuff, please go ahead. Crazy Wolf, if there's anything that you wanted to share painting-wise, same deal. We've kind of been modifying our approach to the oil paints. It all started with this guy here, where we kind of said, maybe instead of the pre-glaze, we do the darker primer. Now, the primer that I used here was a mix of the Steinerres black primer and some blue ink. That is the same primer. Nope, wrong. There it is. So, where's our Dunkirk? Here it is. So the primer on this is the same as what we used here on our 1/1800 scale Dunkirk, which we're going to be painting up on Monday. This Monday, or this past Monday, we painted, this is Richelieu. It's the first couple of ships from our Marina Nationale. Everybody please check out that link that Recoil just posted, and please give Recoil a follow also. So Recoil, hopefully all of the stuff after the power outage and everything was working fine with the stream. This Mechanic Games, I think you heard about the giant 3-foot by 3-foot by 3-foot photo box that I got for, well, terrain, for armies, that sort of thing. Let me see here. I think this might just show it best here. Okay, let me try and get down to here we go. We're almost there. Well, for things like our Smaug right there, for sure. But, okay, well, even for stuff like this, for our Necrons, that's in the big photo booth. This is This ship is 3 feet long, and that fit well within the photo booth. So that kind of gives you an indication of just how big that photo booth is. Also, too, same thing with those Hobbit holes. So yeah, to fit these things in there, needed a big one there. So everybody please check out that link that Riot Sister just posted. Give Riot Sister a follow. Actually, Riot Sister, I wasn't... Now, did you get all of your Adepticon stuff? Hopefully everybody got all. There's actually Falling Freely. I wasn't sure if you're doing the Adepticon thing. I know for some folks the move makes it... Well, and I understand. Believe me, I understand that move makes it a little bit trixier to be able to get to. I'm going to get me some of my phthalo green on these. We'll just do some glazy stuff on them. Falling Freely going to be there. Riot Sister got registered. Everybody please check out that review that Recoil just wrote. Because that's, again, another source. So, gosh, what were these? These are from... Geek Gaming Scenics. Now, let me see if I can get to this without knocking everything else over. 1 second here. So see all these different basing materials right in here? Of all different types, ground covers and such. So Recoil's article there is on another company's version of those type of things. So you want to go check that out. There is supposed to be Falling Freely. It is supposed to be much bigger than the other one. It is going to be basically out in the hall again, but it's not going to be in a tiny little under the escalators kind of thing again. Because, well, the Beard Center is almost 5 times the size of the old venue. So there is supposed to be a Fort Wapple. I have no info about it. I have no idea what it looks like. Because needless to say, I've never been to this place before. I have no idea what it is like, and I am definitely not going to get there before Adepticon. So, you and me are going to be seeing it for the first time. Oh, no problem there, Recoil. Again, because some folks, maybe you're not able to easily get the stuff from Geek Gaming Scenics. Not Footsore North America. I think it's Footsore North. That's where you can get it here in the U.S. Okay, so we're starting to get our kind of our bluish grays in here. Let's start to do some things that are of a glazing type nature here. Let's do that. What are we going to use? What will we? We'll just use maybe this brush right here. Let's try this guy. We're going to get some of this Mars red. Some of the asphaltum here. More of the asphaltum. There we go. Let's get your asphaltum out there. Get some center into that. And of course, when you're doing this kind of thing with the oils, it's you're not glazing in the same way that you might with the acrylics. It's a little different story here. So Riot Sister going to be volunteering for Gale Force 9. Riot Sister, will they still be doing their usual thing where you get the Chinese food container and you chuck as many MDF style bases in there as you possibly can, and they keep telling you put in more? Because that's what I always remember about them is like, nope, you can get more in there. And then they'd say, nope, you can still get more in there. That is not full. Put more in there. Yeah, because I remember that from your review there, Recoil. It's like, well, if you're from where I am, yeah, it ain't going to be cheap. But it is really good stuff, that's for sure. And again, everybody please give Fallen Freely, Riot Sister, This Mechanic Games, Recoil, give all those folks all the follows. Again, follows are free, at least as far as I can remember. I don't remember much, but I remember that. More of our asphaltum here. That's going to go there. And this is the same approach that we did actually for for Bobo last night. We did some lighter dry brushy stuff, and then we did a whole bunch of glazy stuff, and then we started to work in midtones and lights and other such things. And that's what we're doing here on Wally. Hey there, Velfera. It was a bunch of digital mustard containers, Velfera. Yeah, let's just say that the computer, it wasn't just not cooperating, it was in full-on revolt. Like I was telling her, I thought I was going to be starting at about 9:45, maybe 10:15 at the very latest. I didn't get started till 11:30, and even that was pushing it. Now, I should be printing something right now. I have nothing printing. You know, when Control-Alt-Delete does not, shut down a program where you literally have to hit the on-off button to be able to shut down a program, that's when things are in full-on revolt. Did I get the... Oh, no, I didn't get the other shoulder. All right. And then there's also these bits of leather here. Fishy bones, fishy parts. Let's get something on the Tuscolas there. Then we'll do some phthalo green on all of our fishies. Yeah, Velfer, there wasn't even time to message folks to say, hey guys, gonna be later. Oh, and then I was trying to eat something. That, needless to say, I never really got to eat anything because there was a little too much chaos going on. Okay, yeah, okay, these guys are going to get a little something, something here. Let me grab this. Add some of the Mars Yellow Deep on these guys. On the ice down here, we'll get some of our phthalo blue, phthalo green. It's going to be, in some ways, kind of similar to all the water that we did. So yeah, I was trying to get the video edited where we were messing around with the 0.08 layer height. This one here, well, all of the chaos did reveal one thing. Somehow, in all the madness of trying to do that, I didn't see that it didn't do the simplifying, right? Where it says you have to simplify the file. No, I didn't see that, so I guess it kind of auto does it, but it turns it into a bunch of polygons. So I learned something there. And of course, I don't know, I'm starting to think that it may only be good for pieces of terrain that I want to have a little detail on, because I tried to take this one here and print it about 3 times that size and orient it a little bit differently. And, well, let's put it this way. To print it would have taken 26 hours. And I didn't want to start a 26-hour print right before a stream when I'm running around going bonkers. I thought, as much as I would love to have that 6 hours of print time, it would be better to just wait. So hopefully that all came out good there, Valfira. Now, of course, the machine in question is not this one that I'm streaming on. This is the one that I do all my editing and rendering and computer graphics work on. Well, let me see. There are one, two. There's 3 machines in this room. There's 2 more downstairs. There's actually 1 in the living room. So when I referred to a machine, it could be one of half a dozen machines. And again, each one of them kind of has a different task. For right now, there's 2 of them that do nothing but record videos with XSplit. That's all they do. Okay, so we've got our browns in the. Let's get. Let's see if we can get some of that phthalo blue. That is phthalo green. Come on, bit more of that. That is going to go down here on our water, and then some of the ice. Just to get a little bit of tinting going on there. Actually, Velfira, this is one of the newer machines. It was the backup machine for when Kathy was sick, that I could actually kind of be able to take it into another room and kind of do some of that editing work and such. And it just, well, I was trying to render that video, and then also I was trying to get the slicer to slice. There's not enough green in there. Let's do more of this. Okay, now we got a bit more of the green on our fishies. Again, the scale ale right here. It's an acquired taste. It begins very fishy, and then it just kind of grows on you. Hey there, Kagome's Fury. How you doing? Everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. So Kagome's Fury, like always, you want to post some stuff there in the chat, please go right ahead. We just started on this guy about 20 minutes ago. This is an old favorite character. So Blue Sage, nice to see you back. And Quid Pro Queso, how you doing? So here he is. There's Wally the Walrus. This is from Archvillain, and again, he's kind of an old favorite character. He is coming back here to have some fun with us. Last night on stream, also from Archvillain, we painted another old famous favorite character there. That's Mage Priest Babo. So hey there, Jordan, how you doing? And of course, again, Kagome's Fury, if you want to post anything, please go ahead. So Kagome's Fury, remember we were painting up these? Well, some good news. I now have all the rest of these. So we have the entire Lord of the Cats file set, including even the base toppers. So yeah, we've got a couple of more of them over here. So we've got our Gimli, we got our Boromir. Now I actually printed out 5 last night. I think there was Aragorn, Legolas. I think actually I might have printed out the Gollum one. And of course, we did both of the Argo kitties. Now they have they got their water effects on them now too. I'm glad you were able to get in some fun on your gaming stream there, Kagome's Fury. And again, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So Jordan, thank you so much for joining with the raid. That's appreciated, of course. Thank you so much. And again, thanks Kagome's Fury for the raid. And if you want to post some of your other stuff, I don't know if you have been doing some more printing lately, or if you're pretty much caught up on printing and now it's just time for painting. Okay, that's that's cool there, Kagome's Fury. Do it a little more. There we go. Just doing some of the glazy stuff. So we're working with oil paints here. Now the initial original primer of this was again the same as it's the same as what we do for our 1800 scale ships. You can kind of see that blue primer right there, bluish black. That's the same primer that we mixed up for Wally over here. So yeah, I guess it's going to be frosty. Yeah, Velfera, I guess it's going to get nice and cold for you down there too, even. Okay, so we're going to let some of that have a chance to set. Let me get back to my indigo, a little bit of our black there. Yeah, let's get that down here in some of these recesses. Hey there, Artemichael. Actually, Artemichael, if there's anything you want to share, please go ahead. Thanks, Google Base Fury. Appreciate that. Like I said, we 25 minutes ago, we just started putting some paint on them. Just started slapping paint on this guy. And of course, the arch villain figures, they have a lot of really nifty texture and all the skin and everything like that. Let me see if I can start to play around with some of our lighter tones here. And again, this was another recent thing that we did. This is one of our latest video series that just concluded, a 3-part series where we were doing some freehand on this. I actually used AI to not just generate the freehand thing, but the whole miniature, the whole color scheme for the whole thing, the hair, the crown, the sword, the freehand, all of this stuff. Those AI images really help to develop all of it. So that's something that obviously we've been talking about, the AI generated stuff for army painting schemes, right? Like we did here for our Schmaladriel elves, and also here we go. So we used AI to generate references for these werewolves right here. So again, we've generated a whole bunch of color schemes using that. So everybody, please check out that Artistry Hybrid website there, and please again give Kagomi's Fury a follow. That would be sensational. Let me get a little. There we go. Get a little bit of that in here. I think we had our Radiant colors, but we didn't have the Elkids when we were working on him or on our lizard. So the difference here, we did a different approach with the non-pre-glaze. Oh, thanks, Holly. Appreciate that. Do I have one of them here that you get? I don't think I have one of them here. However, Holly, you can go back and check out all of the old sessions. I save every session as a highlight. So if you want to go back and check those out, see what we were doing, it's kind of like a YouTube channel with no ads on it. So yeah, if you want to go back and watch those sessions where I was painting those Conquest werewolves, I also have a bunch of sessions where I was painting up some Valkyries, because I'm doing a whole Nord's army. We'll be doing Sorcerer Kings. I also have 100 King. Actually, I don't have my dinosaurs, but we've been doing some Wardrune stuff. And of course, here's some more of our Conquest stuff right there. So Velfair, we did the first 3 of the 3 Arnor armies. We did, or the first 2. We did Arthedain and we did Cardolan. I never got a chance to start on Rudar because, well, remember the whole thing with the Angmar book and then the whole new Emmy SPG and how that threw a massive, just kind of blew everything up. Well, now that I know that I'm basically just mostly ignoring all that new stuff, now I can kind of get back to doing what I was doing. Because it's all about we SPG, right? So Landrest, hopefully, now were you watching on the Giganto screen there? I'm guessing you were watching it on the big screen at Shea Landrast. Geez, I'm thinking now you might not need to be going to the to the theaters for movies anymore. You got a big old screen there. You don't have the excess noise of a typical movie theater. You don't get the popcorn stuck on you in weird places. So yeah, Valfira, the three kingdoms there of Arnor. Obviously, Arthedain was the last to fall because that was the strongest. Rudar was the first because that was the weakest, and then in between was Cardalin. The one thing I did to Valfera, this was the other day when I was looking for other things, I did try to kind of put as many of the Arnor files in one space as I could. Yeah, Valfera, it's been so many years since I last was in a theater, at least 2019, more like 2018. Yeah, I'm not so, I, I don't even know if I want to experience the smell there. I am not so sure about that. So yeah, Holly, if you want to go check out again the original, where I also did a Patreon series on those. Same thing with the Valkyrie. I also did a series on that. I've done multiple episodes on the Wardoon. We will be doing more episodes again on the Sorcerer Kings. We're going to be doing some on city states. Hey there, Plankwalker. How you doing? I think now it's already a happy. It's well, we got 2 minutes to a happy Saturday. That's how late this is, Valfera. I looked over. I'm like, I wonder, is this even still a Friday stream? So yeah, Valfera. I because also too was it not only Kurzlook, but also Printing Goes Ever On and Davale all did Arnor stuff. I kind of, and I was even trying to include some of the basing bits there. Okay, so you can see we're starting to get a little bit of our flavor into this here. So everybody please check out that link that Artem Michael just posted. Hey there, Vans, welcome back. That was it was called the Hollywood Theater. It was a very unique place. You sat down and you ate. You know, you could literally like order like a restaurant or something like that. And I'll never forget that. Well, we were there to see. I think it was probably Return of the King. And this is the scene where Gollum bites into the raw fish, and the person next to I was biting into a hamburger right at the time that Gollum was biting into the raw fish, and I guess they were a little bit squeamish. Hey there, Alan. Nice to see you back. So Valfira, you're near Harad. That's obviously more of a say an Arabian or Persian type of a theme. Far Harad, think of that as either Saharan or Sub-Saharan Africa. So that would be all the camel riders that we did. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just posted. Also, please give Arda Michael a follow if you could on the Instas. You know what? Let me try this. Let me go with this. Let me roll with this here. Green and the Mars Yellow Deep. So, Alan, I hope that things have gone as well as possible for you there. And again, thanks for joining me on the stream. Appreciate that. I'm going to change this up a little bit from the reddish brown now. leave that more of the red. And of course, this right here is at best a middle tone. It's not a light. It is at best a middle tone. We can get into our lights later. Let me start to put some of this over here. A little something, something there. And of course, Happy New Year there. You know, I know it's, well, now we're closer to the end of January than we were to the start of January, because now it's the 18th. I think there will come a point where I have to do a little refresher on the medicine, because we had to just kind of do everything in a big hurry to get ready for the stream there. So Valfira, we did actually paint a bunch of these, but it takes a little while to scroll. But let me see here. It takes a little while to get there. Where's our frost, whatever stuff here? Ah, here it is. So I don't know if you remember this guy, the big old Etten. And then we did like 3 or 4 of these guys. And then there was that big, I don't even remember what the heck he was. Remember he was like on an ice throne, Valfira? I won't be doing any more of these because, well, the print time, unfortunately. Oh, and also, too, resin has gotten really expensive again. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that. But we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 13% or more raise in prices on filament, on resin. So, yeah, I doubt if we'll be reprinting any more of these. Basically, Valfera, these were ready to go, and all the stuff I was trying to prep never got prepped. So yeah, I think there's 3 chapters of this, Valfair. Remember I was saying last night that Archvillain tends to do things in chapters, and they tend to have like 3 chapters to flesh them all out. And I know there's been at least 2 of the Frost whatevers. Hey there, Sarge. How you doing? I could use a whole bunch of this right now, Sarge. Are you ready for all the cold there? Thanks so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Let's see. This is it's not super late, but it's also not super early. I guess it's kind of the normal time, right, Sarge? So, Sarge, are you ready for more snow next week? Either this week or next week, there's supposed to be more snow. Now, some models predict about the same as what last week was like. Other models are kind of like, nah, it's going to be very, very localized, not very widespread. So yeah, Valfira, like remember the undead guys that we did? I think there was something like 3 chapters of that. I don't remember what they were called, like the blood something whatever, kind of like vampire counts. But yeah, Valfira, I would definitely print up tons of these, except all of a sudden, printer resin has gone up in price big time. The one interesting thing is that that beige PLA showed up today, Valfira. I'll open up the box. Uh, I'm actually going to try printing out some buildings with that. And I'll do a series of videos where we're painting these much lighter color buildings. And just see how that kind of plays out, with the airbrush and with the oils. Let me see. Actually, Jack was from Loot Studios. And there was 2 versions of him. Remember, Valfera, there was like, oh, what would you say, the regular Jackal, and then there was the, like the priest. Yeah, he's from Luta. I'm gonna have to go back and find that one, Valfera, because of course Jack the Were-Jackal was one of the favorite characters. Now, of course, he did. This is why you're thinking Archvillain. When you see these, you'll go, that's why I was thinking they were from Archvillain, because. One second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. There he is. Look at that. There he is. There's the were jackal. That's Jack. I gotta print another one of those for sure, right, Valfera? Um, now not those. Where's the daughters of? One second. That's the wrong file that I've got there. That's not them. That's not them. Ah, here we go. So yeah, see all the hearts there, Valfera? That's what we're both remembering is that Jack was always asking those ladies for some hearts because he really loved hearts. He was always hungry for hearts, right, Sectrix? How you doing? I'll see you later there, Sarge. Hopefully, traffic is nice and light, and everybody just well stays out of your way. Hey, there's Sectrix. It was all kinds of computer craziness tonight. All kinds of computer craziness. Trying to edit and render a video, which I think is all rendered now. We'll get that posted to the Patreon page. 1 second there, Sector. There you go. Hey there, Arid. Welcome back. Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow because Eridican Wife is going to be streaming 7 p.m. Pacific time. Well, today, because it is now Saturday. So happy Saturday to everybody. And happy Saturday to Arid. And of course, again, everybody please give Arid a follow. And Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest links, please go ahead. Oh, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. That's a weird that's a weird autocorrect. So everybody, please check out the link that Eridican Wife just shared. Thanks, Grand Oracle. So, Grand Oracle, I did learn a whole bunch of things with that video. Some surprise things, like on our Heracles bust, I did not see the simplify object message. So it turned this into a bunch of polygons. Here, the rotation stuff was just kind of disastrous. So I was going to try and print this one at about 3 times that size on, of course, the with the PLA. The only problem is it was going to take over a day, and with all the other madness going on, I basically just had to say, well, as much as I would love to get the extra 6 to 7 hours of rendering time in, I have to just kind of give up on that. So Sectorix, this all just happened kind of at once. Everything was going the way it was supposed to until it didn't. And it was basically just the computer being a pain. I'll shoot you some info after the stream. It literally, again, I thought I was going to spend maybe 20 minutes editing this video, maybe 30 minutes rendering it, and it turned into hours. It turned into well over 3 hours of madness. It was just one of those things where, oh, yeah, okay, well, now I have to fix this. Okay, I have to fix that. So UV resin prices are experiencing an increase due to rising raw materials and more supply chain. Actually, Valfera, this is probably the disruptions that have been happening all this time. They're maybe just now starting to hit. So thanks, Valfera. Appreciate that. Because the resin that I use is now $25 for a 2 liter, or for a liter instead of 21. So again, that is not a small raise right there. So yeah, this is Wally the Walrus, Grand Oracle. Here he is. There's Wally the Walrus. And again, last night we did Mage Priest Babo right here. Actually, this is Touchdown Babo. Yes, he's all ready for the national championship game on the 20th. Everybody set your calendars for that. That would be the Garnet and Gray versus the Golden Domers. Let's do this. And again, Horns fan. Our sympathies to Horns fan. Because the Horns got hooked. Valfira, yeah, I never did get a chance to make kind of my last batch of the Christmas cookies. I still have to make a batch for Kathy's family to send them. It's going to be weird. Like, it's probably going to be February by the time I can make the cookies for Kathy's family. Actually, there must be like 4th of July cookie cutters. Yeah, maybe we can just be doing them all year long. We'll find 4th of July cookie cutters. Let's do this right here. Insectorix, I searched far and wide for that .2 nozzle, which I'm convinced is in the house. I know exactly when I'm going to find it, and Valfera and Grand Oracle will probably agree that I will discover that .2 nozzle somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 minutes after the new nozzle shows up here. Because you think I'm joking, that is how it's gone for like the last how many months now, Valfera? Let's see. Like these guys, remember I was looking for these right here? And I bought another pair. About 25 minutes after the new pair showed up, I was going down in the basement to look for something else, and I went, oh yeah, look at that. They're sitting right there. They were literally staring right at me. They were the bases that I made for the Oliphants, which I knew were basically right out in the open. I should just have to look somewhere and they'd be looking right back at me. Now that was the case. However, they were not in the room with me here. They were downstairs in the basement. Again, all I had to do was walk up to them and they were right there. But different floor of the house. Minor details, as they say. Hey there, Escalator. How you doing? What's funny, Escalator, is that I have dozens and dozens of organizers of stuff. The problem is that everything is always under use. So basically, imagine tools that are used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. that's why they end up in weird places. Drink Your Paint Water Live just ended up at a weird place, ended up with us right here. How you doing there, Paint Water Live? Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. And of course, drink your paint water if you want to share. I know you just finished your stream, but you want to share something in the chat. Please go ahead and do that, of course. Hey there, Uncle Trash. Nice to see you. Yeah, Velfera, we'll go through that story too, because that's a fun story. Now, last night, also from Archvillain, we painted Mage Priest Bobble, or Touchdown Bobble as we call him. This is Wally the Walrus. He is a master brewer. He does some craft brews. His is scale ale. Now, this is what he's going to look like right here because, well, that was our Mage Priest Bobble from last night. So, yeah, we have the .2 nozzle on the way. And actually, well, one of the interesting things, again, about that video was the rotation of these things and how that influenced, and of course, then all of the supports and what that did. Escalator, this is very much just random. It's kind of on the fly. This is all just, well, let's put this over here. Let's put this over here. I do know what we're doing with the fishies, what we're doing with this. Now, we did do other. This is only a few pictures. We have, I think we did 3 or 4 more from this batch again from Archvillain Miniatures here. Here we go. So there was that giant Etten that we did. And then there were the polar bears. We did at least, I think we did 4 of those. Oh, and of course, these, remember Valfair, I said I wanted to print out more of those Mato Riders? Yeah, we got to definitely print out more of those. Because those would be super cool. So Space Escalator, sometimes we're working with something that is very, very specific. Like say this was our Dark Queen Galadriel Elf. So we've done about 30 of these with that particular color scheme. And of course, well, we've got some of our other army themes, right? Like our Dunlendings, Wolves of Isengard, our Moria army, our Corsairs of Umbar, and then this was our 3-color scheme army. That's our We Three Kings Candish army. And of course, then our Easterlings all match our Easterling buildings, or the buildings match our Easterlings. I guess you could put it that way. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Drink Your Paint Water Live just posted. And again, everybody please get Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. Again, Paint Water, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And of course, we have the fantastic news that we have all the rest of the Lord of the Cats files. So we're going to be doing more and more of these. I've got 5 more printed out. Here's our Catdoff. There he is. And of course, our Boromir. And where's our Gimli? Here's our Gimli. And the Aragorn. Here it is. Here it is. I got to print out, because it's so much bigger than this. I got to print out this same basing bit here. I think that's from Zabavka. I want to print this out bigger, and we're going to put one of our kitties on that particular basing bit. So again, everybody please check out that link that Drink Your Paint Water Live just posted. And again, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow if you could. And again, my apologies for the late start on this stream. It was computer mayhem and madness here. And it all just kind of snuck up basically right around 9 o'clock or so. Right, that everything was on schedule, everything was working great, and then all of a sudden, not so much. And then we went to Plan B. We got our, let's see, we had to go to the, we had to actually go to the Cyrillic alphabet. No, we had to go to the, not Cyrillic. Boy, I can't quite think of it. It's the precursor. It shows Sanskrit. Yes, we had to abandon the regular alphabet because we ran out of characters for plans, and then we went to Sanskrit alphabet. And then we used up all the Sanskrit letters, so then we went to Chinese characters. And just think, that was only in the course, that was just between, say, 9:30 and about 11. So in an hour and a half, we tore through 3 different alphabets. I was actually thinking of hitting some of the ancient Sumerian as well, but fortunately we actually were able to get things cleared up enough to actually start painting by then. Oh, give me some more of my lighter stuff out here. Just because, blending brush, because we can do that like this, because oils, let's hit you too. 54 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all, because, you know, oils. That's how we roll here, right? That is how we roll. Let me get some of this, some of this. We're just going to blast these things a little. Where's the other? There you are. Knew there was some of them over here. And now, because all that glazy stuff is starting to set, this if you would have seen this maybe what 15 minutes ago, you would have it would have looked like we just dipped this thing in water or something. Again, that's kind of the magic of your oils right there. Oh, what do we got here? We got kind of a weird grayish lemon yellow color thing going on here of some kind. We're just going to start chucking some lighter stuff here. We'll let that even mix with some of our Mars red that's in there. So everybody check out that Instagram link, that Drink Your Paint Water Live. Just post it. And again, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. Now, we need to get me some rusty stuff here. What the heck? We'll just use you. Where's our asphaltum? Bam. We're just going to chuck you on here because reasons. Raisins, that's what I need to get. We are plumb out of raisins. That's a terrible situation to be in. How awful, how horrible. Ooh, let me lighten this up too. Yeah, what the heck? Let's just get some of our lighter stuff on Wally's skin over here. And these are 3D printed from Archvillain Games. These are, gosh, these are from at least a couple of years ago. You see, you can't see it because I sanded this here. Do I have any examples? I wish I had an example for you. This is the old translucent resin. Now, I don't know if there's any difference, like if all of the resins are that much more. Again, don't worry. Because we're gonna, everything is gonna be so cold, right? Yes, if things are gonna get so cold, we certainly want to warm things up. And there's nothing that warms things up like getting rid of that stupid ozone. So we'll definitely pick up some more raisins, and we'll get to work on that ozone. Nothing knocks the wind out of some winter chill like a giant hole in the ozone layer. So we'll get to work on that. Now, of course, if the price has gone up on our printing resin, maybe the price has gone down on our fantastic fiber fruits. Maybe it has. So yes, that's why you're going to have this hideous cold wave. Now, the one thing that's interesting is that the 2-liter container is actually a better deal now, because for a while the 2-liter container was actually more than buying 2 of the single liter. So you can, for $47.18, you can get the 2-liter container of my resin instead of it being, I don't know, $52. Celia, they're arid. See you in a bit. Let's see. I think it was actually super, man. It was like unbelievably warm today. It was 42 or something like that. But it'll be going, I think in a few days, it's going to probably be, well, potentially about minus 40 with the wind chills here. Which is good, because that's another reason why I wasn't printing with the resin. I knew it was going to be too warm today. And I know that sounds weird, like, wait a minute. You need it to be 20 below zero outside for it to be warm enough to print. Well, that's because of how we have everything set up. If it's super warm outside and the furnace never goes off, well, then the printing area stays at about 65 to 67 degrees. As soon as it starts getting really cold, that is between now 68 and 70 degrees. So this is here in Chicago. Now again, I think it's going to be more like Minnesota, North Dakota, I think they're going to be seeing the minus 40 to minus 50 wind chills. I think we're going to get maybe minus 20 wind chills in reality. Maybe minus 25. I think that's about as cold as they're going to get. That's okay, Space Escalator. That is what I prefer. I give me some winters where it never gets above freezing for 3 months or so. Again, that just works out much better for printing. It also works out well for other reasons. Let me get some, a little bit more of our liner stuff right along this edge here. Boom. There you go. Never did lighten this up. Then we gotta get some stuff on our little fishies. Gotta get some stuff on our fishies here. So yeah, I don't see any difference between the. Oh, also too, another programming note. We will be doing as best as I can some kind of tutorial video on that cleaner that I found. What the heck is that from? The Tech Bears cleaner, or the resin detergent as they call it. And it's kind of funny because it says not for water washable resins. That's what tells me that my gray version 2 Soraya Simple is not really water washable. It never was before. Then they just kind of slapped that label on there. It's like, this is not water washable. This is the ultimate proof. So a lot of my printing workshop videos tend to be more like, well, here's this fun thing that I learned that you don't want to have to learn the same way I did. So yeah, they tend to be things that I learned the hard way, usually by accident. And it's like, you know what? Maybe you might want to know this too, so that you don't have to learn it also by surprise. It's a little bit different than the usual tutorial videos, which are, well, if we're experimenting or something like that, it's a little more of a normal experiment. Let me get a little bit more of my light on this here. Then we're just going to have to let that set for a bit. We'll just let you set for a while. Hey there, Denethor. Denethor, if you want to post any of your stuff in the chat, everybody please give Denethor a follow. Now, Denethor, have you done any little practice streams, like not streams, where you're painting something but just kind of proceeding like you were actually live streaming? Again, you want to post something in the chat, please go on ahead, do that. So yeah, we're reprising one of our favorite old characters. Last night, another favorite. We're just gonna call him Touchdown Bobo. That is Touchdown Bobo. Either that or he's just celebrating. Yeah, this is Touchdown Bobo celebrating a touchdown. Well, thanks for doing the lurky thing there, Denethor. Appreciate that, as always. Let me get. There we go. Now we got some of our. Got some of our manganese blue in there. Thank you so much, Holly. Appreciate that. I think we need to roll with this here. Let's grab. Like that brew you got there, that really has a strong appeal for me. It's like I'm really not surprised. Like, what do you mean? Well, you are a cat, you know. It's like, well, what? Just because I'm a cat, I use a litter box and I lick myself in weird places. It's like, well, you know, you do you. Thank you so much, Holly. Appreciate that. Now, we had 2 more of these last night. At least 2 more of these. Oh, well, there we go. It's a good, solid, middle of the road roll there. So thank you so much, Holly. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, sorry about that there, Denethor. I know what you mean. Yes, indeed. Sorry that things are kind of being verschmizzled like that. It's kind of funny because, as you can see, the first one, I didn't use these bases. I'd have to go back. I have no idea what release this was. This had to have been at least 2 years ago. It was probably the December release of 2022 or 2021. So here's hoping that things start to kind of go more your way there, Denethor. So getting some more of this kind of mid-range greenish stuff going on here. We'll get even more of our radiant green or radiant turquoise. We'll see which one is going to be. One hour, 6 minutes ago, there was a new paint on Wally here. There was nothing at all on him. And of course, we're going to be moving all around here. We're going to rotate around this because we can only work in certain areas for so long that we got to just let that paint have a chance to set. If you had seen this thing, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, you would have it would have looked like it was just dipped in some kind of ink or something. It was all shiny, and it looked like there was just liquid everywhere. In most places now that has set. There's still some, even on the fishies here, where we're still waiting for that to set completely. We also got to start getting some stuff on our ice on. This is another area too where we did some glazy stuff there. So sorry about that, Denethor. Well, happy birthday. uh, that was a very unique birthday that you had going on there, right? Probably not the way that you originally anticipated doing your birthday there. Hopefully, maybe you will have a chance to maybe play some Valheim or something with Banco and with Arathu and all that good stuff. Thank you so much, Gantry. Appreciate that. It's like, you're very different. He's like, well, yeah, I'm Gandalf the White. He's like, no, 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 you're not a cat. Like, okay, yeah, I died and all that kind of stuff, but he could have turned me into something else. So I die and I get like a white robe. Man, I could have been a cat. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 right here. Ooh, again, another solid roll. Solid, safe roll. Again, he hasn't mentioned a certain Shire plant, so none of those have shown up so far tonight. So thank you so much for that follow, Gantry. Appreciate that. That's fantastic, Denethor. More cake, more better, right? More cake, more better. Extra frosting, then whipped cream on top of that, then some ice cream. Then probably another layer of whipped cream, then maybe additional frosting that maybe other people did not want around you. So you have a layer cake on top of a layer cake. There we go. So if you kind of have a diet like that, you'll end up being a very famous Jedi Knight. You'll be Jediabetes there. That'll be your Jedi name. Let's get some more of this green on our fishies right here. Some lighter green. We'll be coming back with some of our darker stuff too, but let's just get this going right here. So you can see they start to stand out here. Yeah, Denethor, that's a very famous but little known. Imagine that. Very famous but little known Jedi Knight. He had very much an affinity for all things chocolate and sweet things. Let me get a little bit more of our lighter green here on Mr. Fishy. Let's see, Kit Kat lasagna. That's well, like it's kind of like that's how we do ice cream lasagna. You do a layer of ice cream, then a layer of magic shell, then another layer of magic shell, followed by another layer of ice cream. You do that about 10 times or so. Now, there is actually something, all kidding aside, it's called Viennetta. Now, I don't know if they still make that stuff, but that's kind of what it was. It was basically a layer of ice cream and then a layer of something like magic shell. It was supposed to be a little bit less, the stuff that was the magic shell was supposed to be of a, shall we say, higher quality material than magic shell, which was probably something that you could use in a vehicle or something like that. Glorious magic shell. Speaking of shell, we got these scales on this side of this fishy here. Still not the lightest green that we're going to be doing just yet. We can go a little lighter than that. So other folks have experienced the wonders of Viennetta. Again, I don't know if, I guess they don't make it anymore, which would be a blight on humanity if that were the case. Let's do this here again, more of our green. I mean, when I was a kid, if you wanted to start, a family fight or something like that, you just slap down a Viennetta in front of everybody. Just make sure the only utensil that is on the table at that time is a spoon, because otherwise there could definitely, even with the spoons, there would still be serious injuries. Let me see if I can get, you know what, we need to, we're going to do a little bit of our, let me see if I can get a brush for doing some, will this thing work? Nah, let's just try this one. How about a little verdigris? Let's do some verdigris here. Let's do that. I think our manganese blue hue might just be the thing for it. Valfera, funny you should mention that, because how many times have Armored Wolf and I said, "Oh, it's about 20 below zero outside." This is literally the perfect time to have ice cream and magic shell. That I gotta go to the store tomorrow anyway. I need to get me some ice cream and magic shell. Of course, the irony is that I'll have to hustle on home, not because of the ice cream melting, but because the magic shell is going to freeze. Now that is not something that happens normally. Usually it's I don't want the ice cream to melt. I'm guessing that most folks have never played a game called Spoons. It's where you have a collection of spoons in the middle of the table. If you got 6 players, there are 5 spoons. And I don't know how it works, but you're putting cards out on the table, and then when there's some kind of either combination of cards or something, whatever happens, literally everybody has to grab spoons, and the one who's left out doesn't have a spoon in their hand. Obviously, it's kind of like basketball, right? You're playing horse, so you get a letter S. So now you're a spoon, you're an S. Let's put it this way, those spoons were bent in ways that you can't possibly, you're like, that's physically impossible to bend a spoon like that. That's how we play here. Space Escalator and Holly and Mixnar are also familiar with the glorious game of spoons. So Space Excavator says it's musical chairs, horse with cards and utensils. So yeah, again in the Wampo household, Spoons was a game that was played to the death. Well, like all games, Stratego Pong also was played to the death. Most people don't know what Stratego Pong is, one of the greatest games ever created. So yeah, Velfair, we actually, well, we wanted to do that, but our mom said that was not, we weren't going to be allowed to do that. Now, of course, the ultimate challenge is the steak knife version. That's kind of the ultimate challenge of you go from spoons to forks to steak knives. Let me see if I can go. Ah, yeah. Here, let me get some of this. Yeah, that's some of our radiant. Here, a little bit of that radiant turquoise. Some of this over here. There we go. All right. So we're starting to build this up here again. 1 hour 16 minutes ago, right? There was a whole lot of nada on here. Look at this. See, look at our little some greens there. You know, I had actually even contemplated uh, trying to do one of these here again. I think the reason behind the weird polygon shapes there was because I didn't see the simplify object message. Hey, at least they got me a couple extra plinths now. Oh, what's the other? Oh, here's check this out, a collection of Hobbit furniture for our Hobbit holes. Now, Veilfair, we're going to do both Wally and Babbo. Let's start with Wally here. Film Noir says, well, okay, yeah, there's a lot of value until there's not. Let's see what happens when we bring back look at this. Look what happens when that color comes back. Now, let's do this side where we got our green. Those fishies just disappear, don't they? And again, we're only just getting started on our little fishies. There you go. Oh, what's that? Oh, Red Dwarf, right? With the guy that I'm going to eat your little fishy. Now, let's do this one here. Film Noir. So, again, the cloth. Big old difference. Minus the red, minus the magenta, minus the blue. Let's bring this back and see the contrast of the skin to the cloth. And now we're at 50%. Big old difference. Big old difference. And again, yesterday was the first test of this, which, as we saw, is basically quinacridone magenta. It is pigment red 122. So it is definitely quinacridone magenta. Get that piece of fuzz off of there. We got to get him some chompers here too. Just noticed he got himself no chompers in there. Definitely, because it's dry. If this were quinacridone magenta, there would be no paint there. I would have just wiped it all off. So I think that answers our question, Valfira. I mean, it didn't just dry faster, it dried holy smokes faster. Which is that's a level of drying above oh my goodness and wow. Yeah, that is holy smokes level of dry right there, or drying speed. And I think that's a series 1. Oh, wait a minute, let me get rid of a little support do thingy right there. Hey there, Blades. How you doing? Everybody, please give Blades a follow if you could. Series 1. So this is like $6.50. Well, all of the Alkid Series 1, yeah, these are like $6.50. It's crazy. These over here, well, these are not $6.50. These are like double the price. That would be these CAS Alkit Pros. This is like Williamsburg price. Same size too. Now everybody can please give Blades a follow, and of course Blades, if you want to, you know the usual. If you want to share some of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead do that. So great to see you there, Blades. I hope that today is fantastic for you. And, well, happy Saturday. Now, actually, is the Chiefs game tomorrow or is that Sunday? Same thing with Buffalo because, well, I'm just thinking temperature-wise. Was it last year that the Chiefs playoff game was it was in that minus 20-degree range there? I think that was last year. I don't remember who they were playing Miami, that's right. Everyone please check out that Instagram link that Blades just posted, and please give Blades a follow. So the Chiefs are, is that the night game, Crazy Wolf, or is that the day game? Because I'm guessing it's going to be mighty frosty down there. It may not be the same minus 20 that it was last year, but I could swear that was last year and not 2 years ago. Maybe I'm wrong. So it is, okay, it is the 3:30 start. And of course, we cover everything here on the Wappeville Sports Network. Detailed coverage of the college football championship game on the 20th. So our Armada Monday is going to be right after the conclusion of the college football title game. Again, you got you have the Golden Domers and Garnet and Gray. So you have Bucky and Touchdown Jesus going squaring off head to head in the national title game. So actually, Crazy Wolf, what is the weather supposed to be like there at Arrowhead? That's, yeah, you know, we're going to hit these a little bit later now too. Also here, so, hey Sloopflug, how you doing? Again, everybody please check out that link that Blades just posted. So Sloop, nice to see you again. Happy Saturday morning. Yeah. Let me get these guys down in here. So Sectorix, I didn't have time to shoot you a message about the that top layer smoothing process there, and just I tried to find that in the bamboo slicer. There was a couple of things I suspected might be part of that, but just couldn't. I didn't know for sure, and did not have time to look. Thank you so much, Escalator. Appreciate you being here. Have yourself a good one. And of course, again, you'll be able to check it all out as a highlight afterwards, because we save all of our episodes here as highlights. Sometimes they end up on the YouTube channel. I think Katov just went up on the YouTube channel. So basically a shortened version of him. It's about 2 some hours long instead of the 4.5 hour stream. How you doing there, Doji? Doji, if you could please do us a favor and share your fantastical oil painting links there, that'd be great. Share that Insta. Share that Insta. Nice to see you there, Doji. And of course, I would imagine there's been a delicious bakery run that has already happened. That being Saturday and all. Doji, we're thinking it might be ice cream Saturday here. Again, the irony is we can literally stroll on home with the ice cream because again it could be somewhere, I don't know, maybe around 20 something degrees here, but we have to worry about the magic shell freezing. So I don't think it's supposed to be super cold tomorrow. Hey there, Heavy T. Everybody also give Heavy T a follow. So you got to give Blades a follow. You got to give Heavy T a follow. And of course, everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji going to share with, again, some really fantastic oil painted stuffs. Where is, sure. Let's just get some of this out of here. Blammo. There we go again. Why hashtag no layers, right? Why do tons and tons of layers with the oils? We don't need to do that. Let's not do tons of layers. So Doji, it's going to get interesting here. I think somewhere Monday, Tuesday, something like that. Again, I'm pretty sure we'll have wind chills minus 20, maybe, I don't know. I think minus 30 would be high. I don't know if it would be that cold. But the air temps probably would be sub-zero, and that's sub-zero Fahrenheit. Is it minus 40 Doji where the Celsius and Fahrenheit join up? I don't think it's minus 20. I think it's minus 40 where they coincide. So again, Wally the Walrus here. He is a famous master brewer. His special craft beer is called Scale Ale. Again, it's a little bit fishy at first, but then you kind of build up a taste for it. I'll get me more and more of a hankering for that ale you got right there. He's like, you do realize that you drink this stuff. It's like, well, I was thinking of just eating the fish right now. You don't have to put them in the valve. I'll just eat them as they are. So let's see. It's gonna be a minus 15 during the day. So that's going to be probably about minus 5 Fahrenheit, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Thank you so much, Spirit of Bobcat. Well, I never knew a cat named, but I know a cat named Boromir. It's like, oh yeah, he's the cat that took the ring. It's like, he tried. Actually, it was a ball of yarn. Seriously, all kidding aside, the Frodo figure, instead of carrying a ring, he's actually got a ball of yarn in his hand. That's one of the ones I printed up. So let's have a roll on our Gandalf 6 here. Oh my goodness. Every streamer getting one of these now. Actually, multiples of these. So Spirit of the Bobcat in the spirit of our Lord of the Cats figures gets the big Gandalf 6. So congratulations, Bobcat. Well, actually, my name is Jerry, but the other guy's called Bob. He was just here, wasn't he? I just missed him. It's like, oh, you mean the cat, right? It's like, yeah, 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 the one with the stupid hat, right? And he smells really bad. Well, they're all cats, and they all smell like catnip. This is really frustrating. The feud between Gandalf and Gwahir is never ending. That feud is eternal. Yes, indeed, that feud will never end. Gonna get me some more of my. Let's darken up some stuff here. Let's put it this way: I do believe that the Silly Marillion, with all this Lord of the Cat stuff, has now it's like the Ultra Silly Marillion, because holy smokes, it's gonna get crazier and crazier here. Crazier and crazier. You do realize this is still a one cat household. It's like, I'm not really so sure about that. He's like, whoa, whoa, what's that? He's like, oh, come on, not you too. It's like, what do you got there? Don't pay no attention. This is craft brew. It's like, no, them are fish. I want those. Arda Michael was, gosh, was it Two Trees Gaming? Who published? There was somebody that I forget what the tournament was. I don't know if it was in Australia or if it was in Europe. Now, I don't know if that's at a certain point level, because I'm pretty sure that that tournament was like at 500 points or something. Arda Michael, do you recall? Now, of course, this is now the old edition of Bolt Action, the Soviet list at low points, where people had like 10 snipers or something in a 400 point list. Where the heck did my. There you are. Oh, let's try this. Let me get some of our fast matte white, some of our green. Let's try and do some light stuff on our fishies here. This has like literally become a menagerie here all of a sudden. I mean, we just got critters everywhere. Now it's I guess tomorrow is when we're going to be doing the Baratheon cavalry, so more critters. So heavy T. Let me see. I believe now. Of course, these are armies that are in progress. Also, I have at least 17 different bolt action armies, and of course, like, okay, what are you guys doing back there? Nothing, boss. It's all good. It's like, then what's that burning smell? Also vodka. It's like, no, man, nobody's got vodka back here. Certainly not standing on a frozen fuel can. I mean, who does that? He's like, I think you're doing that. So yeah, we've got many, many different bolt action armies. Actually, you can check out the YouTube channel. I've got at least four. Yeah, I got 4 battle reports on the YouTube channel. Oh yeah. So Sector X, one of the other things again that caused a delay was in an effort to, well, find more space on the active drive that I was using. I said, well, let's take this bolt action stuff, all of these, the battle reports and stuff. I don't need these files active on the machine here. So I'm just going to move them to the backup drive. Little did I know that 2 of the pieces of music that I use on every single video are only in that drive. As in only in that drive. And of course, one of the vagaries of Sony Vegas Pro is that if you move a file, it can't find it. You actually literally have to say, here's the file. And I did not realize that, so I had to go hunt down that file and I had to replace it in the timeline, and I lost at least a half an hour just to that. So, a message to all you young players out there: don't bother backing stuff up or trying to save space because you're just going to lose time. Which I'm sure there are several people responding in horror to that. It's like, no, 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 back up everything. Well, again, that's you definitely want to back things up, but again, that's just the weird, unique thing of this software, where it's kind of like a duck; it just forgets everything. All right, so now our fishies, they're really starting to stand out here. We're probably going to do another little glazy thing, maybe of some Prussian blue or manganese blue. Yeah, maybe the manganese blue. That's it. Glad to see you're back there, Irid. And I'm sure that felt really glorious. I'm sure you really enjoyed that. Uh, that was something I was hoping to do before the stream, but well, hope springs eternal, or sometimes it just springs a leak, like it does here every April, right, Blades? Actually, Blades. Well, I think this. I know they would usually do something like Sox Fest in February. I don't know if the Blue Jays do something like that in February.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Chandra. Appreciate that. We're just getting down to our icy stuff here. We'll be doing some lighter stuff on our ice there. It's like, there was a certain bird. He was just looking for you. He's like, I was looking for a bird. What are you talking about? Well, they're really tasty. That's Guahir becomes the hunted all of a sudden. Let's see what's going to happen on our big old Gandalf 6. Once again, a nice safe roll right in between. So Blades, can you imagine what Sox Fest would be like this year after last season? Yeah, not much of a fest, right? Right, Blades. That's good. There we go. Now we're getting some of our lighter stuff here on our ice down there. I think, yeah, there'd be one person, probably the janitor or the owner.
So say we all.
That'll probably be about it. We do have M. Tellies here. How about everybody please welcome M. Tellies. Thanks, M. Tellies. I could use me some of this right here. Thanks, M. Tellies. Appreciate that. That's 48 months worth. So appreciate it there, M. Tellies. So M. Tellies, are you hanging out at Shea Landrast again? Oh, and of course, M. Tellies, if you want to share any kind of upcoming events that are going to happen at the Game Castle in Santa Clara, let folks know about that. There we go. There's a blending brush. Now, look at that. Yeah, you thought it was going to be all rough and nasty there, didn't you? That's what you thought. Not so, says the blending brush. The blending brush says, I gotcha. Don't worry about it. So thanks again, Velfira, for finding out the info on the price increase. Now, of course, it's the same thing with the PLA. And of course, oh yeah. By the way, remember I told you I found that clearance sale stuff. I guess I should have gotten another batch of that because that's already gone. Was it 2 days? No, yesterday or the day before I went to go. And like, maybe I should get me some more of that just in case. And well, it's not there anymore. Blades, I believe that all kidding aside, there were several games where there was less than 1,000 people there. I'm pretty sure there were several games. I think the average attendance was like 14 people during the season, and that was with half price Monday and quarter price Tuesday and free Thursdays. I think the days where they had the best attendance is where they actually they called it Hundo Monday, where they handed out $100 bills to the first 100 fans, which meant only 3 people got $100. So it was they didn't have to worry about breaking the bank on that particular promotion. I'm going to use this as a blending brush now. There we go. Actually, blades, they do that. Believe it or not, if you have a nosebleed seat, you literally have to sit up in that top deck there. If you're sitting down in the expensive stuff, they will wrestle you out of there. So, you had the 13 people in the stadium, and you never heard them or saw them because they're about 400 rows up. Starting to get me some, let's just start getting some light here on the skin. Blade, I think it was cheaper for them to just use like cardboard cutouts and put them in the seats. So the lower bowl looked like it was full. They just put a bunch of cardboard cutouts in there. Not like anybody was watching the game on TV either. Let's get some more of this going up here again. Some of our lights now on the upper surfaces here of our. We might have to do some darker glazy things here on his little nails. It's in dancer in blue, maybe, and some of our indigo. Sorry about that, Blades. Armored Wolf is at LVO right now, so we're going manual here. And here's hoping that Armored Wolf is doing super well. Everybody, please check out Armored Wolf Productions. Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches there. Geez, I thought. Sorry there, Blades. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Yeah, I'm clicking allow Blades, and it's still not let. So I guess only Armored Wolf can do that, I guess now. So sorry about that, Blades. We had, for obvious reasons, we blanked that out back in 2020. So yeah, if you're wondering why that's getting zonked there. And basically any other related terms to it, we also zonked those. Let me get some more of my fast matte white out here because we also zonked that. That's all gone. Gonna get me some more of this out here. Let's do that. So yeah, that particular word, not gonna like it there. It is gonna like surface tension though. Hey there, surface tension, how you doing? Surface tension, it's already created quite a stir here amongst our kiddies, as you can imagine. Yeah, Cat Doff is, he's got quite the hankering for this stuff. Oh, that sounds pretty wild there, Blades. So everybody, please give surface tension a little look-see there, because surface tension is going to post a link there to some really incredible oil-painted miniatures. You will definitely want to go check those out. So surface tension, you want to post that, please go ahead. So recoil, we are thinking of maybe doing another stream tonight after the test of the stream last night. More of our light stuff down here on this. We're gonna get some more. We'll probably take perline black. That's it. Our dark green. We're gonna be doing some glazes of that, not necessarily just in its darker form. Maybe add a little bit of our weight to it and get it kind of that greenish gray. Thank you so much, surface tension. Okay, like I said, we could use some medicine here. Also, please check out that link that surface tension just posted. So yeah, we're still sitting at 14% humidity here. Needless to say, I did not have time to try and get the humidifiers going. But I think we're going to have to try and bring those. And that's, of course, it's still warm. It was 40 some odd degrees out there today. So that'd be great there. Now, Rico, is Rottweiler streaming tonight? Oh, and hey, Recoil, if you want to share your review there about the basing supplies, please go ahead and do that. Oh, another public service announcement. We are trying to work on a Discord server thing, and there'll be lots of different things. Essentially, it's going to have to operate as that website that I wanted to do. I just thought, you know what, maybe we'll just use this Discord thing that someone else has set up for me, and they have offered to be an administrator for it. So that is where I would have like the pictures of the cohort charts, other announcements, that sort of thing. Uh, Finished images of stuff we've done on stream that I just can't get on, say, Instagram. Now, Artemichael, I don't really think you guys are set for a nor'easter, but there could be, I guess, some snow mischief coming up there in a little bit. So everybody, please check out those links there that Recoil just shared. Again, some reviews on some pretty nifty basing supplies, because basing is life, right, Recoil? Yes, indeed. You, sad as it is, you must soil your bases with miniatures. You must sully them, and you have to put miniatures on. Be better if they were just bases, right, Recoil? Thanks for the info there, Blades. Appreciate that, because, oh yeah, that would have been tomorrow. Okay, so yeah. Well, thanks, Blades, because, well, I'll kind of give you some more info here, again, about the family situation and the timing of that and how February might play out and such. Again, we really won't know until February. So yeah, Schloopflock, again, it would be something where, yeah, I could make some announcements on things, and again, maybe show pictures of, say, like the new filming area, or, well, again, like these things, right? Because I try to post pictures of them in the video, but you have to pause the video basically to see them. So, I mean, I have the pictures, right? I can just now post those to the Discord, and that might be something that could be like a little useful extra info for folks. Oh, thanks, but I've just realized we gotta start doing some stuff on this barrel here. Just realized that. I'm gonna use a warmer gray, so we're gonna get a little bit of our Van Dyke brown and some of our white together here. Also going to put some of that on Wally's hand. Let's see. Oh, so he is in for February. Okay, and that was my next question, Blade. Actually, Blades, if things weren't so crazy here, I was gonna send you a message to say, did he message you about that, and would that be kind of a game breaker for February? I think actually, Blades, it kind of sounded because he was showing me all kinds of painting pictures. He was really going wild with the painting. I think he's trying to kind of, shall we say, get really heavily involved in that. And that's very understandable, right, Blades? So thanks for that. That's actually very helpful because I was literally about to, I was going to try and message you about that today. So great minds think alike, right, Blades? Yeah, Blades. Geez, he's got to get me. That's right. That's another reason why I wasn't going to try and do a day-long print just in case I was going to have this. I need to shoot him a message and say, hey, can you get me those files so I can start? I got to get those printed up if we're going to have them on Sunday there. Kind of what you and I were talking about. So again, thanks for doing thanks for doing all the communications there, Blades. Appreciate that. I'm going to still get back to it some of my dog, but first, let's do this. So surface tension says that it's a shocking day in Wales. It's gray. The reason why it's shocking is that it's not Wales gray. It's just regular gray. So yeah, what are people doing there? Surface tension, if it's not Wales gray, it's just regular gray. That's quite something weird going on there. Recoil, that's how as they should be, right? As they should be, just pure bases. None of that, none of that miniature madness on there. So Arid, we were going to create a special oil paint just for, it's just for surface tension. It's called Wales Gray. Yes, it is Wales Gray. It's like, what is Wales Gray? Wales Gray is all gray. Because Wales Gray that's the canvas color. Wales Gray is the primer color. Wales Gray is also the frame color. All of the brushes are Wales Gray bristles. The food also Wales Gray. I think most of the people are also Wales Gray. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of right at home there. So yeah, recoil again. You don't want to again sully your glorious bases with miniatures. So see, as surface tension was able to kind of detail it, it's a grayish gray. It's a special gray. Oh, it's like a color shift gray. Yes, it's color shifting gray. So the gray shifts into other forms of gray. That's the magical Welsh gray. So it actually it shifts from one gray to another. Hey there, Lead Logic. Nice to see you again. Happy Saturday. I hope that you're doing well. Again, getting some more lighter stuff here. Again on Wally. Again, he is a master brewer, and his special craft brew is called Scale Ale. Of course, as we create more and more characters here, it becomes more and more interesting trying to find spaces for all of our characters to be. I mean, if we're going to be doubling the number of our Lord of the Cats characters, holy smokes. So see surface tension, as his surface tension explains, it's all in the kind of the angle that you look at it. So if you look at it from one angle, it's going to be gray. Now if you change that angle around, maybe change the light a little bit, then it's going to be gray. Now of course, if there's no light at all and it's just moonlight, it's going to be a gray. Yes, indeed. Again, it's a very special form of gray. I think, again, the only time that it's not gray is when there's that thing called the sun. Of course, that happens, what would you say, about once every 200 years, surface tension? Again, it's an event so rare that it causes shock and horror in the populace. Let's get a little bit more of our liner stuff on his nails there. Also down here, now that we got the dark in there. So Celia there, Doji. Thanks, Doji. I was hoping that that could be helpful. Again, that's a pretty intense video series, right? So that was really fun doing that one. Surface tension. Hey, surface tension. Here's a little fun project for you. Go into AI and try and make like a medieval style image of people seeing the sun in Wales for the first time, reacting in horror. Now I'm just like, again, it has to be in that kind of medieval style. And I'm wondering if AI can do something like that. And again, all of the villagers reacting in horror to the sun. Actually, surface tension, that would be good for a label for a scale ale. Yeah, it's the craft beer, the craft brew of Wales. Now I'm all kinds of curious what kind of weird image we're going to see. So surface tension, how long was the Bayou Tapestry? Was that like 150 feet long or something? I'm just imagining surface tension. You're like, how there's the one crazy picture of, was it King Harold with the arrow sticking out of his eye? Oh, let's do this. Now, surface tension, where were the Viking raids that King Harold had to deal with? And then all of a sudden, that's just happened to be when Willie showed up. Because he was what? He was up by. Oh man, he was like up in East Central UK or something like that, fighting. Actually, he kind of dropped the wood on those Viking raiders there, and then he had to go hundreds of miles back the other way because William the Conqueror just happened to show up. Yeah, that's a little bit of 1066 humor for you there. All right, let's do some more light right here on some of these, well, I guess scales. We'll be coming back and doing mid-tone on these things. Surface tension, I think he actually, the other thing too, it was right around the time also with, like, it was around the harvest. So didn't he have to leave? He had to literally let part of the army go so that they could get the harvest. I believe it was kind of one of those Murphy's Law type of things where it was just a whole conglomeration of holy smokes. Actually, was that the same battle where there was that one really gigantic Viking dude that basically held the bridge all on his own? And then once he finally died, that was it. Then they just kind of charged over the bridge or whatever and just kind of routed the Vikings. Surface Tension. Do you remember a series? It was, I think it was Dan Snow and his dad, and it was called Battlefield Britain. They did a really nifty animation of the whole 1066, and starting out obviously with the Viking raids, and then coming back around. And I think even then, actually, Harold, he kind of had the upper hand going. Again, it was that whole thing about a little stick in your eye. That kind of that tends to dampen the tends to dampen the mood a little bit. So that was the same battle with the gigantic Viking dude then? I don't remember if it was a bridge or if it was just some kind of like a ford in the water or something like that, and he just stood there and nobody could get past him until finally they took him down. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, okay, so again, we're gonna get some of the midtones in on all of those scales too. And by the way, 2 hours ago this had no paint on it, like no paint at all. Let me see if we can get a little more of our light here on Wally's forehead. Let's get this a little lighter too. Actually, that Battlefield Britain series was a while ago too. Probably early 2000s, something like that. Uh, yeah, we're gonna lighten up this stuff over here. Let's get these ropes or whatever. A little something more on the. Just gonna assume that's a tusk. Okay. So yeah, that I just remember that especially that, and of course again having to literally just do a fast march because there wasn't a whole lot of cavalry. I mean, there was some, but it can't only be cavalry, right? So yeah, that was a bunch of dudes that had to do some pretty fast marching. All right, here we got. No, that's not. There we go. There's some of my Van Dyke brown. We'll get that mixed with our white here, and now we have plenty of rust on the barrel. Now we got to get some not rust parts here. Touch of that over here. We'll just let that mix with our lighter red-ish brown. Come on, there we go. A little more. Yeah, we need some of that lighter gray in here. Also over here. Yeah, so I'm guessing that Welsh gray is kind of like it's like the Zathras of colors. I am Welsh gray. I am Welsh gray. No, I'm Welsh gray. We are all Welsh gray. Hey there, Nerifel. So Nerifel, sorry that that's been kind of a real bugger right there. Uh, Again, trying to think of what's going. And is it the Richardson Puro Orange that you got, Nerifel? Or no, you got the fancy stuff. You got the Williamsburg Puro Orange, don't you? Yeah, I think you got the snazzy stuff. That Puro Orange from Richardson, it's been a real shocker. I gotta say, I was not expecting that kind of result. And of course, there's the Ice Blue, which we're sort of using here, and then there was what's the other one? Uh, Indanthren Blue. Ah, so it is the Williamsburg one. Yeah, surface tension. Obviously, I don't know. Do you remember the episode that they did on the Spanish Armada? And yeah, of course, Dan Snow. He always, because he's the young guy, he he has to do all the miserable stuff, right? Like wear, 200 pounds of gear and then go on a 20-mile hike in 90-degree weather, while his dad is just sitting there making fun of him. But there's the one where he's in a. They're both in little like sunfish type boats, and I think the sun has to tack against the wind, like the Spanish did, and he's just going with the wind, and he's just getting blown along. So sorry, Nerifel, that is not working for you. Again, the Puro Orange from Richardson, I've been able to do all kinds of stuff with it, mix it with lots of stuff. I've certainly dry brushed it on many times, and then kind of done the regular application, like kind of like what we're doing now. We don't want to speak heresy of Williamsburg. Let me try some slightly lighter right here again on the bottom bits of these scales here. Yeah, surface tension. Well, even D-Day, that was that weather just barely did clear long enough. You know what? We're gonna get ourselves some lighter stuff here on his tail, like you do. Here's our blending brush. We can use this. Again, hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. Touch more of our light up. Oh yeah, here's a couple more scales up there. All right. Now, near I felt with the oranges that you were trying to do, was that for the object source lighting on the creature caster fig? Oh, geez, speaking of creature caster, that's right. I got to get those mounted barristers, not mounted banisters. Now, of course, you do have to mount banisters, otherwise they're not going to be terribly effective on your stairwell. But these would be cavalry. So yes, they are mounted barristers. They are not stairways riding horses. I mean, we do quite the menagerie of creatures here, but that will be a little bit too exotic even for us. Just trying to imagine the mounted banisters. Get some more of our lighter gray up there. We got to do something for his eye here. Let's get some violet and some of our. There's some pearline black. That's that super dark green we were talking about. That's going to start going on Wally's skin here. We definitely need to really juice up that dark there, and on this side too. There's that eye. There's this other one. I guess surface tension, that would only be in the case if that were, are they roundheads or cavaliers, surface tension? Yes, are they roundheads or cavalier? Which would the barristers be? There. Give me some more dark around these. Oh, we need to do that around this nail. Oh, sure, like down here on his feetses. So that would be actually some of the most feared and hated cavalry, surface tension, the mounted baristas. Basically, they just ride around the battlefield spilling hot coffee on people. Let's do some dark over here. And of course, they have that very annoying habit of, riding around just yelling out people's names and then throwing a cup at them. Yeah, that's what your mounted baristas would be doing. Let's get some dark down in here also. Maybe on these ropes or whatever. Oh, geez, so Lead Logic, how you doing? Actually, and again, I hope that your Saturday's off to a really good start there. And again, for the folks based here more in North America, again, sorry that the stream was starting so late. That was not the plan. I initially thought, oh wow, I might be able to start this thing early, like 9:40 or something. Yeah, that plan went away real quick. More of our light. Yeah, we're gonna have to get more light stuff on that. Lid Logic, what's really interesting sometimes is to take really old minis, like the old style lead ones, and then put them on, kind of, what would you say, modern day bases with all the 3D printed basing bits and stuff, and then maybe do some object source lighting on them. It's pretty wild to see really old figures, but kind of done in shall we say a more current way. I wonders. Let me try some here. No, we're gonna have to start bringing some lighter stuff into this wood on the barrel here. Of course, if we had some of these things with maybe some trapped spirits in them or something like that. That would be another kind of ale that would just be called barrel whites ale. When every time you open that up, and every time you open up a fresh thing, a barrel white ale, a bunch of spirits and spooks come flying out of it. Let me get some more of our. There, let's try this out here on some of our. We're just going to say that that is leather. More basing, more better. That is how we do things here. And that's the only thing I still have. Well, I still have to prime them, but the those Baratheon cavalry. I need to put my. Oh, do I have that one here? Here it is. This is the other one. I thought I might be. Well, we might even still be doing this one tomorrow too. So that's again, we had to get the texture paste with. Oh, and this again is some of that stuff that Surface. Sorry, that Recoil reviewed. Again, it's a material kind of like that. So go check out that video or that Discord link that Recoil did. So Erdemico is going to adopt the barrel whites. And again, that is barrel whites as some monsters in his D&D game. So some unsuspecting unsuspecting players just kind of go into a tavern, right, Erdemico? And the tavern owner says, "Do you want to try our new ale?" Surface tension, I guess. Now, is that also the same thing as a pint of whites and a handbag of souls? Hey, Hank, nice to see you. So, Hank, I'm glad that you could join us again. Happy Saturday. So Sloopflock, it's a little bit of everything. It's the not doing the layers, so we have minimal amounts of paint. We did mostly dry brushing, then we did mostly glazing, and now we're only just now starting to do any kind of what you would call standard, more layering type stuff. Oh, and Sloopflock, I don't know if you were here earlier, but like here, so this, you see that's dry there. Again, if I was to do this with standard quinacridone magenta, that would be gone. It just would have been wiped away completely. And I think this is, yeah, it's dry there too. What about our red? Yeah, the red is mostly, red's not quite so dry, but then red again is a super long drying thing. And there's not as much of the fast mat in there. So Schloopflock is just one of those things. If you ask some of the other folks, oh, too bad that Doji had to take off. But Doji is one of the folks where he said, yep, I knew that I was kind of starting to get a handle on the oils because the drying times just kept getting less and less and less. And that's when you know you're starting to use less and less and less paint. And again, part of it is where we just plop some paint down. We take the blending brush to it. So there are several different ways that we kind of keep that paint to a minimum. Let's see. Oh, that sounds. Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, Lord of the Onion Rings. That's right. If it was instead of Return of the King, if it was just Burger King. Yes, it would be Lord of the Onion Rings. which of course that's also making me want some chow. So again, we gotta let's see. We have to get ourselves some burgers. To who knows? Maybe I need to get me some taters, precious. See if I can find my potato slicer and see if I can make myself some French fries. And get some more of this working here. Some more of that light. Now I might do in just a little bit here. I'm just gonna go refresh the medicine. Maybe snag a few more cough drops because again, with it being very warm outside, it's still 14% humidity in here. No wonder why last night the voice started really getting kind of funky. There's a whole bunch of. Oh, there's another part of that strap over there. And I think what I want to do is take the Prussian blue, or the manganese blue. We could try the manganese blue hue and see if I can do some glazy things on our fishies there. I'm just getting me, just dropping down some thinner on our fast matte white. Let that start breaking down for a while. Now we're just going to get some of it over here. Break it down some more so I can maybe use it on some of my ice down here. More of that down here on the ice. Well, I guess Kathy's mom and sister are going to have a whole lot more ice on White Bear Lake up there. It was only a few weeks ago that the ice houses were more like ice boats. Or ice submarines. Yeah, they were less ice houses on the ice and more ice submarines. And now it's the. I would imagine there's probably gonna be quite a bit of heavy-duty pickup trucks and stuff driving around on the ice. With the kind of temperatures they're looking at up there. I don't know if it's gonna get quite that cold by you, Nary Fell. It really does seem to be kind of centered more in the northern plains. That's why I'm thinking that Kansas City may not be as cold as what I'm thinking for the game. Well, I guess later today. Or no, it's a Sunday game at 3. I can never remember these things anymore. Try and get me some more of my white down here. Ah, here we are. More of that. Ah, yeah, let's get this down here on his little knee, whatever there. And let's do this. I'm gonna give me some more light over here on this. Whatever fur stuff sticking out of there. This too. Like that. All the way around and down there. Down here. See if we can get a little lighter touch here on some of the edges of the barrel. Not everywhere, just some lighter touches here on that front edge. Same thing on this edge. Maybe our nails, a couple of them, and then we'll do some lighter rust here as well. We'll see how that looks. You know what? I also need to get some of this. Well, that was a little more of the uh, yellow ochre, or souped up yellow ochre, otherwise known as Mars Yellow Deep. Let's get ourselves some wood grain. And that'll help separate from the little strap or whatever that is. Yeah, let's get some of that over here too. Also there. Some of that down here. See you later there, surface tension. Have yourself a fabulously gray day there in Wales. Again, the kind of gray that you only see in Wales. It's a natural phenomenon only seen in one place on Earth, and that is in Wales. So Nerifil, it kind of depends what it is that you're trying to do. Obviously, the Puro Orange and the Cadmium Orange are basically the same, except maybe the Pure Orange could possibly be a little bit more on the neutral side. Puro, well here, I'm going to use a different brush here. So this is the Puro Orange sitting over here, Nerifil. That's the Puro Red sitting next to it. That is basically like having Van Dyke Brown next to Radiant Green. Or no, Perline Black almost next to Radiant Green. It's that level of different. So yeah, that's I think that's the thing is the. And again, I haven't used cadmium orange or cadmium anything in a long time, Nerifel. Geez, when's the last time you think I used cadmium paints? Probably not in the last 2 years. So yeah, basically that's kind of like taking honey mustard and Dijon mustard and putting them on the same sandwich there. What you kind of wanted to do is maybe have some hickory barbecue sauce and some mustard on the same sandwich. And now you're gonna, well, actually that Puro Red is kind of it's almost the color of barbecue sauce. This is the cuisine channel after all. If you're wondering why there are so many food references, this is the cuisine channel. Some painting channels, all they ever talk about are painting recipes. We talk about actual recipes here, because again, this here is a culinary channel. Okay, we'll get me a little bit of something more there. All right, good. We gotta do the same. Oh, we did that over here. No wonder. No wonder why this side looked like it needed a little more. Gonna get me a little bit more light on those things. Okay, I'm working with the mostly fast matte white. However, there is still a teensy bit of that Mars Yellow Deep in there. Now it might be time to get some light on these things right here. So let's see if we can do that too. Oh, we've got these crazy little, not tattoos, but some kind of markings on him there. Forgot about this stuff on his skin. Back to it. We also have some of this stitching here that's going to need some kind of lighter stuff on it. You know what? Top edge of that needs to be a bit lighter. I might have to come back with some more dark in there too. Hey there, Incanes. We'll see you later, Sloopflock. Again, best wishes. Trying to get that thing going again. Thanks for being here as long as you could. Appreciate that. So yeah, Incanes. Just because we just happen to have these, they were easier to get ready for the stream. A pair. We have Touchdown Bobo here and Wally the Walrus. So Inganes, needless to say, all of this infusion of cats that we've had here in the house, they, as you can imagine, they've expressed some interest in this scale ale here. Well, really more the fish, not so much the ale, but the fish. Huge surprise, I know. Let me grab you again. More on our ice here. And of course, we all became familiar with the powerful Greek god of snow effects. His name is Isocles. Yes, the Greek god of snow effects. You didn't know that there was a god just of snow effects and ice effects. Naryfield, I don't know if you saw, there's been a couple of times where Prinkles has expressed displeasure, saying that this is a one cat household. Although now Prinkles is very much distracted by the fish, Naryfield. So thank you so much, Lead Logic. These bases are basic. Well, this is 50. That's not quite 60. I mean, that's real close to a 60 mil base right there. So nice to see you again, Ramsco. I hope that you're also having yourself a fabulous Saturday morning there. Electrical, there's infinite amount of variables there. Are you talking about a physical sculpt? Are you talking about a digital sculpt? And they would more like approach you and say, well, we need X amount of miniatures for this board game or this miniatures tabletop game. Now, of course, if you're doing the STL type stuff, that's where you do things like My Mini Factory, Colts 3D. I think Mini Hoarder is another one, and you would have your STL files up there for people to be able to purchase. And of course, Prinkles has definitely threatened to, shall we say, conduct some outside the litter box activities to express displeasure. I'm going to get me some more of this light over here. Also there. course, if you're going to do the stuff like, say, My Mini Factory, then you got to factor in what their percentage is, the fees that they're going to charge. It's one of the reasons why we're trying to set up a Discord thing so that, well, maybe even figures like, well, basically figures that we don't really use as a constant teaching aid or something like that. Now that the price of resin has escalated, at least, I'm going to say at least, let's see, 10% would be, yeah, it's a good 20, some, maybe almost not 30%, but at least a good 25-ish percent. Let's just say that the spools that, well, of course, the good price I was getting was $42 for 4 spools. The usual price was $49 for 4 spools. And here I was thinking that I was being foolhardy for stockpiling those a few months ago at the $42 price. Darn good thing I did. I'm just going to have to keep looking out on the Elegoo site and see if they're going to do that clearance sale again. I kind of doubt it. I think everybody like me just said, "Oh, wait a minute. I don't care what cool color it is. It's matte PLA. I'm just going to grab it." Let me do something darker in there. Some Van Dyke Brown maybe, or no. First, here, let me get the asphaltum out here. Let's get our asphaltum out there. Right here. Over here. Down into some of these darks. Some of these. I'm wondering, did I actually end up getting too much lighter stuff on this little strap here? Maybe it did. Well, we still got to do our highlight along the edge there too. Let me take a little bit of this here ice blue. We will mix that with our fabulous Mars yellow deep for a few little lights here. So electrical, I'm not quite, I'm trying to kind of figure out, I having a problem answering the question because I'm not quite sure what the question is. I think my guess is that it's how many more miniatures in this army. We're not doing an army here. Now, Archvillain does have several more miniatures in this collection. This is called their Frostburn. I think they've done 3, as they call them, releases, or 3 chapters. They call them chapters. You just kind of refer to them as releases on My Mini Factory. Oh, let me try and find the so this is just a tiny sampling of some of the other ones from them. We painted these on stream. So that was a giant Etten. I mean, he's literally like 4 or 5 times the size of this guy. And then we did at least 4 of those polar bears. And generally, when Archvillain does a release, they do one really gigantic creature. They do a bunch of infantry. Then they do monstrous infantry. They'll do kind of like ridden, some kind of cavalry type. And then sometimes they do monstrous cavalry. So they'll do kind of several different things. And again, that's each release tends to have all of those things in it. And generally, when they do a theme, let's say it's like a wood elf sort of theme or something like that, they'll do 3 different chapters on it, which is not unusual. Highland Miniatures does that. Titan Forge, I think, has done at least 3 chapters on their Tomb Kings. Even our Lord of the Rings sculptors, Diwali, I think, is on their 3rd chapter, 3rd release now for their Moria stuff. So that's pretty common, really. Again, just with all of the mischief and scheduling and stuff, I just needed some stopgap miniatures. Eventually, we'll be getting back to our Lord of the Rings stuff. Part of it is I'm trying to use some of it for videos, and I want to make sure I do the video stuff first. That would be the terrain, like that Erebor stuff that I thought I was going to be painting. I think we'll be trying to paint some of that next week. We also, well, of course, the Lord of the Cat stuff, that also kind of, I was not anticipating doing that. I was not part of the schedule whatsoever. They just happened, well, like cats, right, in Arifel, they just showed up. And then they took over, because cats. Lo and behold, alright, I think we've gotten that as late as we can. Yeah, there's that. So yeah, the Erebor stuff, I wanted to, those terrain pieces, I wanted to do an airbrush video with those first, before I tried doing streams with them. Trying out the still basically new compressor and the new Galeri airbrush. There you are. There's the Perline Black with some of our Van Dyke Brown. That's gonna, here, let me break that down a bit more. Okay, now we're getting there. Nothing like a little bit of kind of a dark green here next to some gray that's got a little hint of violet to it. Again, 2 hours 42 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. This was a paint-free object. It was just some dark blue primer. Where is our... Is this... here it is. This is Dunkirk. So this is what we'll be painting on our Monday stream. That basically, that's the color that this was as far as the primer goes. Round about 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 4 seconds ago. Don't blink. It happens fast. Nerifeld, I don't think it's very safe for the Weeping Angel around all these cats with the claws and everything. That could be very dangerous for the Weeping Angel. Yeah, that's. I don't think this is a very safe environment for the Weeping Angel here. Given that there's no, she didn't have any eyelids. Also, too, what if the Weeping Angel is allergic to cats? We have no way to know. I try and get some of that again. That's some of that darker green in here. We'll be getting some of that in some of our recesses here. However, in a slightly different form. There we go. So there's a Perline Black. Basically a greenish gray now. And that is going to start to go on to our leather here in a few places just to make it more interesting. Because just different shades of brown. Yeah. Definitely nary fail, especially if said cat has three eyes. Definitely going to win. Now I'm going to get me some of that into here. Yeah, just as far as the timing goes, I think as of about 10 o'clock, this didn't even have primer on it. I think as of 10:30, this didn't have primer on it. So that's another reason why we did not start the stream till basically 11:30 something my time, because there weren't nothing to paint. At least something that had primer on it. In fact, I had to stick this thing by a fan to try and dry the primer more quickly. I'm just going to stick my hand over here, and we're just going to start doing some of the... Look where our hand is on this brush. It is closer to the back of the brush than the front of the brush. Caress the brush. No crushing the brush. None of this here. You think I'm joking, but I've genuinely seen people hold a brush like that. I wasn't sure if that's like the prison riot way to hold the brush or something like that. I don't know. But it certainly seems somewhat aggressive. It's like you're getting ready to shank somebody with that sable brush or something. I don't know. Okay, there we go. That didn't take very long, did it? Let's welcome in Julie. How are you doing, Julie? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Oh, I'm sure a whole bunch of folks are already following Julie, but if you are not, please go ahead and do so. Hey, Brad, how you doing? And Hemera Eve and Q the Tinkerer. Great to see everybody. So, of course, Julie, if you want to, if you got any Instagram, Discord links, whatever's, you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead. We're working with some oil paints here. We're painting a 3D figure from Archvillain Games. Archvillain right there. Fabulous. We call him Wally the Walrus. He is a master brewer. He's got this kind of craft beer that he's working on. It's called Scale Ale. It's a wee bit fishy, but the taste grows on you. Now, of course, our very recent Lord of the Cats figures have really taken a liking to those fish. Yeah, I'm not so sure that Wally's Scale Ale is going to survive. And yes, we do a lot of oil painting here. Here's last night's stream, also from Archvillain. Uh, a little look at the difference in your colors there. A little high chroma on this one. So Ikuku, how you doing? Hey, Paintwater Sommelier. Uh-oh, we have a Shadowfax. Actually, I was thinking Gandofax. He's like, dude, I'm gonna end you. Now, of course, we have multiple Shadowfaxes here because there's not just one. There's oh look, multiple Shadowfax. So this is we always call this one Happy Shadowfax right here. The other one is Grumpy Shadowfax. So again, Julie, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. Actually, here is a recent, this wasn't on stream, this was a video series we did, and this was kind of fun because, oh, here we go, we drew out our freehand. I think this was episode 2. We sketched out the freehand here, and where's this here? Let's get to our cloak there. So again, we sketched out the freehand, laid it out here on the miniature, then took about 2 episodes to get that miniature painted up. Oh, thanks, Brad. Appreciate that. Now, of course, we do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff. Also, lots of... Well, we love our Tomb Kings. Absolutely love them. All painted with the same oil paints. And these are all the same oil paints. Here we go. We also have ourselves, oh, look, a little bit of more of a sci-fi type of a feel there. Again, same oil paints as what we're using here. We'll show you. We just call them the Big Four. Williamsburg, Richardson, Gamlin, and Windsor Newton. We'll just lay them out here. It used to just be the Big Three. Lately, it's become the Big Four. These 3 guys right here. When it comes to price and quality, they're almost identical. There will be variations even within the same brand. Now, when you get this is going to set you back more because when it says handmade, that's a real legit thing. Now, of course, we also do ourselves a little bit of 2D art here. Usually on Thursdays, we call them Flat Thursdays. For the holidays, and amongst all of our other ornaments, we we painted up this because fun, right? A little bit of some ships there. So again, Julie, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. And again, appreciate the raid. Appreciate that. So Splank, believe it or not, the oils are just so resilient and so tough. You basically don't have to do that. Now, sometimes they are a little bit shiny. I'll use this. I just brush it on. So this is from Army Painter, and I use just a tiny bit of it. Let me show you a little something here. I don't know if it's going to show up on camera. But you see that little bit of shine right there? Now this is dry. Actually, I was painting this one last night. This is where I would hit it with the anti-shine, just a little tiny bit, and that really knocks it down, and that's going to be like everything else. So that's pretty much the only time that I use the anti-shine. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Julie just shared. Now again, we paint a lot of different things here on our stream. So here's again some of our armies, right? Our Moria army. Here's our Dunlendings and Wolves of Isengard. These also with the oils, but there we were using the iridescent pearl white, the interference colors. Again, more of our oils. More oil paints there. Also some very tiny ships. Speaking of tiny ships, we've also been painting 1800 scale ships. Also, hobbit holes. Now these don't have all the flock and foliage that have since been added, but yes, we painted those up on stream in addition to some 28mm ships for our coursers of Umbar. And of course, again, we love painting terrain as well. There's some of our buildings that we have painted on stream. Let me go back to my scene here. So this thing, I was still painting on this as of about 4:30 this morning. Well, Friday morning. And a whole bunch of this is already dry. So generally less than 24 hours. It will depend on the paints that you're using. Now, I wonder if I can fish one of these out here. If you're using something like a, here we go. If you're using something like this, it's going to take a while because this is a super slow drying color, or a lot of titanium white. That could take days for it to dry. However, because we're using less paint, and we also have started to incorporate things like these. So these alkyd oils right here, these are just trending towards the faster drying. And we are using really just, again, a minimal amount of paint. So we have that darker primer. Here we go. So he was originally this color primer, just the dark blue that we made. We took a filbert brush like this, did a lot of dry brushing over the top. Then we started to tint this with some glazes. It was the same thing that we did on this guy right here. We call him Touchdown Bobo right there. So again, we kind of did the tinting after the dry brush. And again, standard regular oil paints right out of the tube. And again, it's fabulous for all kinds of things, right? And you can again see there's some more freehand goodness on some of our Bretonian figures here. Right, all of this done, and actually too, if you want to watch these past episodes, every Twitch episode is saved as a highlight. Every single one. Now here, check this out, Julie. All of these transitions here, especially this. So here all I had to do was position some teal colors, some magenta. Then I took essentially a third brush that had no paint on it, and I just did a little tap, 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 and we just blended these together. So this took less than 30 seconds to paint all of this, because again, plop the color here, plop some color here, third brush with no paint, do a little blending. And we did that, as you can see, around here. So it's kind of easy normally, right? With acrylics, imagine you blend this to this. You're trying to get all of this, right? This is kind of the bugaboo right in here, right? Doing all that sort of a mixing, whatever. Here, there's no mixing, or on the palette, it's all on the figure. And again, same thing here where you can see more of these color transitions that are very easy to make with the oils. Hey, Paintwater, did you share your stuff yet in chat? Again, everybody check out that link that Julie just shared. And Julie, if you want to share it again, it kind of got pushed up in the chat there. And again, Paintwater, hopefully the new stuff is going well there, Paintwater. Now here's another area again where the oils can be very helpful. So you can see in the crevices here, this is something where I was able to, again, blend kind of a dingy, warm color with sort of a dingy, cooler color. And again, that was all wet into it. It makes that process a whole lot easier. Then you got your weapons here. Place a color, grab another brush, push that around instead of layer after layer. So again, it can be very, very helpful, again, to get things, say, like this. Again, there's a lot of gradients there, sometimes opposing colors. Easy to do that with the oil paints instead of having, imagine trying to mix an orange with a gray. Most likely going to be mud, right? Here you're just less likely to get the mud because it's a much more spontaneous mix. It's just going to happen on the fly. So hopefully that kind of makes a little bit of sense as to how we sort of manage the oils here. And again, there's going to be a wide difference between different oil paints and such. Oh, yeah, there we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared, because Paintwater has some fantastic miniatures that you're going to want to check out. And again, please don't forget to give Julie a follow and also check out the Insta post. Now, Julie, you do a whole bunch of historical freehand type patterns and such, right, on your miniatures. There you go. See, that's that manganese blue right there. Just did a little bit of a glaze there. Now, it's got to be more of a pinline wash. Why? Because if I'm swiping at it like this, it's all just going to smear. We don't want to smear it. Not looking to do that. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this now. There we go. Oh, look at that. Look at that big difference there. Let's get these little fishies down here. Let's get these little fishies down over here. We do, again, quite a bit of historical stuff here too. This also painted with the oils. Same as what we're using right here. Literally the same exact stuff. It's getting quite fishy, wouldn't you say, Grant Oracle? Getting rather fishy here. We did this little fishy. I don't know. Why don't put this on, on our, maybe on our water. We got to get some lighter stuff going down there. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the. Let me get this ultramarine blue. All right, let's try that with some of our ice blue, maybe. So ultramarine blue, ice blue. We gotta start getting some lighter stuff on this water. That you see, it's peaking right there. Gotta get something lighter there. Let's do that. Now, once again, I just have to place that on there. Let's find ourselves something maybe like this. Just a little craft brush, very soft. So we did 3 brush strokes in there. Now, all of a sudden, what was 3 brush strokes, look at that. See how feathered that is? Again, trying to do, say, several layers here with the acrylics, that's a hard to reach spot. This is, again, where the oils can be very helpful because, I mean, this is all one piece. There's no There is no doing this in, was it sub-assemblies, I think is the word folks use? Yeah, no sub-assembly there. So Ram Skull, the each one kind of offers some real interesting opportunities. Now, here, so you got your, more of your sci-fi kind of miniatures here. They offer again a different opportunity than say the fantasy stuff, right? Because here on the sci-fi tank, there we go. I could do a little bit more with my freehand patterns than say on a, you wouldn't necessarily be seeing that on say a T-3485 or something like that. Also, too, your sci-fi gives you a chance to do stuff like this or stuff like this. So this is really, you're not doing this on fantasy figures. So it's kind of a this and that, right? Again, you can do some things on one type of a figure, and then of course you have very unusual things like this, right? So we have our Gimli cat and our Argo cats. We're still trying to do, well, realism, except, well, it's a cat, but it's a dwarf. Neither of which, well, again, that's neither here nor there. Let's do a little film noir on this too. Because whenever we have an object source lighting piece, we want to show, oh, look at that. How do we make that object source lighting disappear? You would think object source lighting is all about light versus dark. Actually, warmer, saturated colors, cooler, desaturated colors. And of course, having one of these little guys is very handy for figuring out your light source. Also handy for figuring out, there you are. Cast shadow. Turn on Mr. Light here. Well, looky there. There's a cast shadow. So we painted that in. Again, the oracle of the flashlight says, hey, what about a little bit of a shadow there? No, thanks, Blank. Appreciate that. I'm going to go a little lighter on our water here. Let me see if I can get this little brush down in there. And again, that is blending this entire time because, well, it's all wet into wet, right? Wet into wet. So there we go. Now we've got ourselves a little bit of water action. You know what? We should probably lighten this up just a tad. Let's do that. Let's get our ice a little lighter here in a couple of different places. Yeah, this is a little, I think it just has our initial dry brush on it, actually. There we go. Yeah, we needed to sort of backfill that a little. Obviously, Ramskull, the Lord of the Rings stuff is, that is the mega project that I'm working on. We're painting every single army of Middle-earth. We're painting every environment of Middle-earth, as in all of the terrain. I have an entire Hobbit city. I've got Minas Tirith, Minas Morgul, Fornost, a massive Moria terrain board. I even have a gigantic Easterling terrain board. So yeah, I think you heard me say earlier, Ramskull, that I have 15 different bolt-action armies. I mean, we're talking about, I have 2 different Italian armies. I have a Hungarian army. I have 5 different French armies. I have 2 Russian armies. And again, the terrain is super, super fun. Love doing terrain, even not just printing it, but here we go. There's some of our Rohan terrain that's made out of just foam, cereal boxes, bits of wood. There's our stable. There's our not so great Hull of Erkenbrand. And we did this, well, all of these we did on stream. So we built them on stream and then we painted them on stream because Well, we need lots of buildings. If we're going to be doing every single environment of Middle Earth, we need a lot of terrain. Back to our kind of a mid-tone here. Maybe that's getting a little bit too light where we got a shadow cast in on top of that. This is as much about trying to inject a little color in here as it is maybe a teensy bit of a lighter mid-tone. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours and 5 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. I believe this was a 5-hour stream-ish, something like that. I don't even know if this was a 5-hour stream. Again, start to finish last night. So electrical ram skull, basically this house is miniatures and terrain and all the equipment needed to make and paint the miniatures and terrain. I think it's pretty much safe to say that maybe 30% of the house is living space, if that much. Could be as little as 25%. Even the garage is the same way. But of course, this is what I do for a living, so it kind of makes sense. More of our light here. So when we're not doing the live streams on Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, well, we're filming tutorial videos. And of course, the Patreon page, that's where you're going to find those tutorials. Should you sign on to that Patreon page, especially the Army Painter level, get some popcorn. Because there's about 2,000, well, actually more like 2,100 hours of videos now to watch. So again, you'll be busy. Yeah, you can forget about Netflix subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. You'll be too busy watching painting videos and terrain videos and basing videos. I will be actually putting up the next tutorial probably, well, later today. Usually about 20 hours of new tutorials every month. Again, I'm thinking that you'll be hard-pressed to find a streaming service that tosses that much content at you at that price. More dark. Let's here. Let's take this little bit of a glazy approach here. Some indigo, some black mixed together, and you're gonna go right down in there. Oh yeah, here let's store some of our dark right there. A little more. Little more. There we go. Oh, gotta do the same over here. I'm thinking here. Oh, I'd like to take my fabulous souped up burnt umber, which is the reclaimed earth color from Gamlin. This is that brown ochre. I think they only ever did 3 of these, and this is the brown ochre right here. We love our oxides. We love our metal oxides. Every color that has them in there just seems to be really sensational. And of course, our cobalt teal bluish also has a, is it oxides of cobalt? Yes, it is. Oxides of cobalt. Ramsco, actually, I'm going to be doing a tutorial video on General Grievous. I have a series on the Patreon page called Painting Shatterpoint. I've also done several basing videos on Shatterpoint. So yeah, I've done actually pretty much, well, maybe there's been some more sets that I haven't done lately, but we've done all of the Ewoks. We've done a whole bunch of different sets, and again, we've got again, it's a level called Painting Shatterpoint, and General Grievous is going to be my next tutorial. Needless to say, lots of object source lighting, right, Ramskull? 4 different color lightsabers, I think. And these little flashlights, remember, these little flashlights, they come in all different colors. I mean, we're talking, there's basically, what, 5 different colors of these LED lights right here. So we're going to be using those. We're going to take pictures using those, again, as like a reference. And then we'll paint up General Grievous. Should be a very interesting little experiment. And those, you can just find them on Amazon. They are, when I say they're a dime a dozen, I mean it. That's, you can get like 100 of them for $5. You can look under, oh, what is it? Like party favor LED lights. You can also look for LED balloon lights, because essentially, like this type here, it's almost like a little light grenade. You pull the pin here, light goes on, and then you chuck it into a balloon and you blow that up, and you got a balloon light. Same deal with this one here. Is this the? Oh yeah, that's the kind of the purple one. I don't know what the 4 colors of General Grievous's lightsabers are, but I'm imagining the purple could be one of them. So again, just like we did those little accent glazes on, boy, look at that. That manganese blue really made a difference. With the oils, unlike acrylics, your basically your most of the time your darker colors are going to be your most translucent colors. So that manganese blue, that's not a light blue at all, but it's real translucent. Indian yellow is very unusual in that most yellows are very opaque. And that, I'm not even talking about cadmium yellow. I'm talking about Hansa yellow is pretty opaque. Naples yellow, also opaque. Let me see if we can reach this guy right here. So our lightest light in the brazier there, that was actually a glaze of fast matte white and some Indian yellow and some fluoro yellow. So yeah, that's the lightest light there was actually a translucent color. That's not really the way that acrylics work. Now, we do suggest with the oil paints, you're going to get started with those. Maybe you do yourself some, we like to call them color swatches. You could also say, you know, I'm taking one light color, one dark color, and I'm just going to do a value study. So instead of having to fight with this much color, just do them in black and white. Just focus only on values. So maybe something more like that. You say, I'm going to learn how to use these paints without having to fool around with a whole bunch of different colors first. So maybe that's another way. Again, you want to make things easy as possible for yourself when you're starting out, because well, you just get frustrated, and getting frustrated is really not fun, and you're probably not going to keep on painting miniatures if it's just a source of frustration. And of course, with the oil paint, maybe you got a bunch of those Reaper Bones figures sitting around. You just take some that have simple shapes, right? A simple cloak, whatever. Maybe don't sit down with your brand new Tyrannid army or something like that, and I want to paint 200 Hermagaunts in oil paints for the first time ever. It could come up aces. It could work out. Could also go sideways. So again, maybe just keep things easy on yourself and just yeah, start slow. Start slow with the oils and kind of go from there. Let me get that Van Dyke Brown here. This is another little edge that went a little wonky. Boom. This one too. And another one over here. So let's take this. Let's solidify things. Now we got all of this stuff here. Also, do we need to get some more? Oh yeah, more refinement in this I guess rope. A little more thinner. Okay, a little more. Even things like, okay, Van Dyke Brown. I have 3 different Van Dyke Browns from 3 different companies. Each one is very different. I have 3 Payne's Grays from 3 different companies. Each one is very different, including one that doesn't look anything like the other 2. If you were to, and I did a video on those 3 colors comparing them, you'd say one of these is not like the others. What is this even doing here? But they all say Payne's Gray. That's really common with the oil paints. It's one of those things where get used to it. You're going to see that a lot. That is why we always constantly remind folks, don't really rely on things like pigment numbers. That can be a very, very loose reference, as in very loose reference. Using them as a precise guide, well, remember that whole frustration thing? You'll be headed down frustration road if you're trying to use those pigment numbers as a really rock solid guide. It can be sort of handy if you say, wait a minute, this Payne's Gray, it's got kind of a reddish tint to it. You look at the pigment info and you see pigment red 101, and maybe the other 2 don't have that, and you say, aha. So that would be Terra Rosa / Mars Red. That's why that Payne's Gray looks different. And I'm going to try to get some, wait a minute, there's too much thinner on that brush. I could see that right away. Get rid of some of that thinner. Oh, I'll try and get some edges here on some of these little guys. Yep, this one too. You can see again, where am I holding that brush? Is it right on top of that metal ferrule, or is it nowhere near the camera? It is nowhere near the camera. I think that's another reason why some folks, especially when they're first starting out with the oils, they have a rough time because they have that death grip on a brush. They just, it's like they're trying to snap it in half or something. Well, you do that with the oils, you're mostly just going to wipe paint off of the miniature instead of adding paint to the miniature. You need a really light brush stroke there. Kind of like what we're doing here. Very light brush stroke. Now, though, one thing I've been doing is not painting so much of these because you can see by my finger, been setting it on these, right? So we'll just save those. We'll wait until we're at the very end here. And all we got to do is get our really light stuff on those. Might as well do all this other stuff first. 3 hours, 17 minutes ago, of course. Well, remember, this was just primer. It happens really fast. Again, especially with the oil paints. Blending brush. You know what? Let me do this. Where's that one blending brush that we used before? Here it is. Again, brush with no paint on it. So you can kind of see some brush strokes in there. We're going to go a little tap, tap, tap. All the brush strokes eliminated. They're gone. Bringing back a little more light on this edge here. Now, do I need to make some stuff darker here? When in doubt, make things darker. Also tempted to do a little bit more of the verdigris. Let me see what happens with that. That's some of this, some of this. And we're going to give this another round of verdigris. You know what? I'm going to get some of that out here too. Yep, this side could really use a bit. You know what? I might have to first. I'm not going to add the radiant green because that's going to warm it up too much. We don't want to warm that up. But I think I need to make it a tiny bit lighter here. Yep, Also, down in here. Come on, there we go. Now that will help separate from that barrel. Geez, Grand Oracle, I wonder what kind of baked goods they would serve at a pub that kind of has things like Wally's Scale Ale. I don't know, maybe they serve barrel rolls. Let's do some more of our kind of this greenish color here. This part of the armor again. We're trying to get something little variation besides just all of the brown. 3 cheese or 3 geese. Sorry, this is a culinary channel, and we're obviously obsessed with food. Although 3 geese, you could do something tasty with 3 geese. How you doing there, 3 geese? Some beef Wellington. Okay, more of our green right there. So yeah, this starting to take a little different. And then here, I'm going to get some of that maybe down here because we already have some. A little bit of our green right there. Now, of course, I guess you could say that the Canada geese might have known that this weather was coming because I could say I was last week, a whole bunch of them were flying south. And lo and behold, we're going to be getting ourselves some frosty temps here. I still think, again, your North Dakota, your northern Minnesota, those are the areas that are really going to get that -50 wind chill. And again, like we were saying last night, if you're expecting stuff to be shipped, remember that could cause some big time UPS delays. What we're not going to delay is welcoming in Touch of Chaos. Hey there, Touch of Chaos. Great to see you. How the heck are you doing in the new year? And of course, everybody please give Touch of Chaos a follow because Touch of Chaos does some fantastic artwork. Just down, how you doing? And Medisty, how you doing? So Touch of Chaos, if you want to share some of your incredible artwork there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody please give Touch of Chaos a follow if you could. So Touch of Chaos, we're working with the oil painter like we usually do. 3 hours and 22 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. In fact, it was precisely this color. That's that's what it looked like. 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 10 seconds ago. This is part of our little series that we're doing on painting some 1800 scale ships using the exact same, literally the same paints as what we're using on Wally right here. So how you doing there, Justino? Thanks again. I appreciate that raid. Meanie, nice to see you. And Tavora, Touch of Chaos. This was a fun little thing that I did a little video series on. Again, same paints as what we are using here. Thank you so much. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Kalandros. Appreciate that. You're back. We're all really, really interested in those fish. It's like, yeah, huge surprise. I know you're a cat. It's like, no, I'm a wizard. No, you're a cat. This is also some stuff that we did recently. These are Lord of the Rings themed kitties. Look at this. Where's our inspiration for this? Here she is. So we've done Cat Ladriel and Galadriel. Same 3D printed trees, a little bit different in scale, but yes, both painted on stream. So let's see what happens with our big Gandalf 6 here. I think we've had one, possibly two Gandalf 6s tonight. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's a middle of the road, right down the middle there on a 4. So thank you so much, Calandros. Appreciate that. And again, Touch of Chaos, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. This was, we were painting a whole bunch of ornaments over the holidays like we always do. This one was for our Armada Mondays. What made it unique is that that's a painting that I did when I was 13, and I've been wanting to paint that up on stream with the oil paint, so we took that scene and then we painted it on a little ornament right here. So that was super fun. We did that a couple of weeks ago for the holidays. Of course, we were also painting. Where's the rest? Ah, here we go. Again, there's some more of our ornaments that we painted. This we painted on New Year's Eve. We do that every year. I think we rang in 6 different time zones. Yeah, 6 different time zones. And now Touch of Chaos. I think you were still rocking the charcoals, right, on your latest work. And now the last one I saw, it was had very much a Cornish demon feel to it. I wasn't sure if you're still working on that one, but thank you so much for the raid. And again, last night's stream, this is a little shy of 5 hours here. We call him Touchdown Bobo. Look at that little higher chroma again on that color scheme right there. But still the same oil paints. Oh, and by the way, he is basically dry. He's pretty much dry, and we were painting him not even 24 hours ago. Yeah, we were painting him still at about 4 something in the morning, and it's 2:52 here. Ah, that's fabulous. Touch of Chaos. Again, if you, I know you just finished your stream. You're not going to have that up on the Instas or Discord, but I know you have a whole bunch of other things, and it'd be fabulous if you could share those, because, well, as you know, we love our 2D art here. Speaking of which, here's again some more. Typically Thursdays, that's when we indulge ourselves in a little bit of 2D art. So Tavora, thank you so much for joining with the raid. Appreciate that. And again, I hope everybody's having themselves a fantastic Saturday morning. Now we're diving. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to use the green on this. Let me just stick with the Fast Matte White, our Mars Yellow Deep. Because here, when we did the little glaze stuff over these, we kind of took a little bit too much of the light away. There. We will be doing a bunch more of those Lord of the Cats figures, because now I have the entire set. We've already done the Argo cats, we've done Cat Ladriel, Cat Doff, Boromir, and a Gimli figure. There it is. Everybody check out that Instagram link, please. And again, everybody, I'm sure you're already following Touch of Chaos, but remember, sometimes Twitch is twitchy, and it will unfollow sometimes. So maybe double check and make sure that you're still following Touch of Chaos. I don't know why Twitch does that. It just kind of does. So again, great to see you there, Touch of Chaos. Let me go a little light. Yeah, a little lighter. Little bit lighter here. We still got to get our lightest lights on his nails, claws. I'm not really sure Wally has claws per se. Yeah, Touch of Chaos, it's always kind of nifty while I'm streaming here. Something like that can have the raid window open, and you'll be working on again some fabulous charcoal work there. Unfortunately, well, my one of my favorite things always was pastels. Sadly, don't get to work with those anymore. We got a couple of our old pastels sitting around here somewhere. Is it? Yep, here we are. Here's a couple of the old pastel paintings from back in the day. We used to do watercolors. Don't get to do those either anymore. Again, it's mostly, well, obviously it's all the oil paints now, whether it's 2D or 3D. Hey there, Meanie. How you doing? Again, thanks for coming on in with the raid. Next thing we gotta do is really come in strong with some lights on our fishies here. Also, eyes. We kind of don't really have any eyes on these guys, so let's do that. Let's do that. There we go. Well, we had to kind of wait for some of the glaze stuff that we did, like that manganese blue. Oh, here we go. Another eye right in there. Ooh, missing one there. Also missing one there. Then we're gonna come back with some darker stuff. So yeah, we have done actually a couple of wolf paintings on the stream. Absolutely love painting the doggies. Again, you can look through all of the old sessions. Everything is saved as a highlight. So we're talking what, 4.5, actually closer to, well, actually April is going to be our stream anniversary, and it's going to be 5 years worth of streaming this April. And you can check out all the highlights, hundreds of episodes, and there's a thumbnail for each of them. So if you're looking to see object source sliding or terrain or whatever, all you need to do is just look through the thumbnails and say, aha, I want to check out this. Maybe, I don't know, something like this. You say, I want to see some object source sliding with some weird, crazy, sneaky snakes. Well, you just look for that. Also, too, that is on the YouTube channel. Sometimes I'll take shortened versions of a Twitch session and I'll put those up on YouTube. There we go. Look at that. That really does solidify those eyes. Wasn't long ago these guys didn't have any. Must be patient. We don't want to be hasty little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. Not with the oils anyway. It could be tempting to be hasty with the oils because you kind of get you really get into all the blending and such. Actually, it's funny. Touch of Chaos. I always keep thinking of you with the charcoal there. Needing a maul stick. I mean, I'm kind of making a maul stick here out of my fingers so that I can try and do stuff on here without sticking my finger on there. We've kind of sacrificed this for right now, so I can stick my finger on those. But yeah, I keep thinking again. You try to set your hand down on that on the surface, and oh yeah, that just landed in some charcoal there. I mean, yeah, there's fixative, but you know, same thing with pastels. There's fixative. It fixes it to a degree, but not necessarily as much as you maybe need. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Touch of Chaos shared, because that's some really fantastic art. Now here, this one a little bit astray compared to what this one did over here. Thank you so much, Drew. I appreciate that. And of course, so does Gandalf and Shadowfax. He's like, I'm pretty sure that a horse wouldn't let a cat ride him. It's like, why in the world would a cat be riding a horse? Well, that would be you. It's like, no, I'm Gandalf the White. Gandalf the Gray, he's a cat. Not sure how that happened. Let's see what's going to happen here on our big Gandalf 6. We've had two sixes, I think, already tonight. Oh, we just survived. Usually when he mentions a certain Shire weed, that's what happens. He kind of got away with one there. Not touch of chaos. It's funny. We smudge things for a living. That's what we do, touch of chaos. We spend most of our lives smudging things. Whether it's oils, whether it's charcoal. We're professional. We do smudging. That's we're smudgers. Yeah, if you. Oh, what is it that the farmers. Oh, smudge pots. That's right. I forget what crops they're for, but when it gets really cold, well, I just keep thinking about it, and it's getting cold here. They'll actually put out these smudge pots, and that I guess that saves the crops. Can't remember what that crop might be, but I think it might actually be snowing in Florida or something like that. Potentially next week. Most likely freezing rain. But my guess is they have a few less snow plows in Florida than we have here. If we do the little trick where you put the snow plow on the front and the ice spreader on the back of all the garbage trucks, I think that gives us somewhere around 1,500 snow plows or something like that. That's most likely more than several states combined. I might get some, yeah, you know what, I'm going to get me some more dark up there. First, almost forgot those. Thanks, Touch of Chaos. It is ironic that all of the 2D art is also equally tiny. I mean, it's it's hilarious, right? Oh, we got another one here. Yeah, we got Minas Morgul here. I mean, everything is tiny. Of course, it is fun hanging these things on the tree. Where is our? Was it this one? What's the one I'm thinking? Yeah, even crazy things like this, trying to paint tiny scenes on something that might have a few undulations. That's the other thing too. So when we did this, that's where it got a little bit comical because of course we had this 2D pattern that now had to be transferred onto a 3D object. And we're basically doing this live on camera. It gets interesting. It gets very interesting. And of course, well, for the holidays, we also did a Kathegiro. And of course, we consulted the Greek god of snow effects, Isocles. Yes, he is the god of all snow and icicle effects. Oh, thanks, Meanie. Appreciate that. Now, down in here, this is still some of our original dry brush and glazy stuff. I'm gonna take the Andantharin blue. Let me look at my previous Wally the Walrus. I'm gonna go more violet. Let's get some violet in these shadows here. So Payne's gray violet. Yeah, we could have used that. Let's do no more of our violet here. Let's see what happens with this. So Mini, everything that I paint here is done in a 3 times magnifier light. So it's not just the magnification. The light is in between myself and the figure. Here, let's turn it off. You can see the difference there. We'll turn it back on, and now we are going to adjust that downwards. So I got, I think, 7 different adjustments on that. So believe me, it helps with the eye strain big time. And you don't have to pay a ton for them. All of the mag lights that I've got here are in that kind of $35, $40 top range. I just got them off of Amazon. And again, for 2D art, it's the same deal. For prepping miniatures, same deal. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm liking that violet there in the, well, what would ostensibly be a shadow area. So yeah, you don't have to spend a whole ton of cashola on the magnifier lights. And again, they're super helpful with preventing eye strain, especially well, if you're doing it a lot, which, well, I'm doing it every single day here, all day, every day. But everything that I'm working on is pretty much 3 to 5 times normal size, which actually helps. You saw that freehand thing? Well, imagine that freehand if I was just trying to do that, well, essentially with the naked eye. Since it's larger than it actually is, any kind of, would just say, little boo-boos or whatever, they're not really going to show up when other people are looking at it unmagnified. So yeah, meaning this is about 7 different adjustment levels. There's also several other magnifier lights around me that are just LED mag lights, or just regular lights, no magnification. They have usually 3 different brightness settings. Nowadays, you can get not just brightness settings, but color temp settings. So you can go with more of a neutral light, whatever. Oh yeah, that violet really is starting to do its work there in those mid-tone areas. Oh, I'm going to get some of that out here too. We did the green. You mix green, you mix violet together, you get yourself a very nifty gray. However, again, it's not a dead gray, like where you're just taking black and white and mixing them together. So meaning, obviously, it's extra important because of having to get stuff on camera. But even just for if you're never going to do that, having that light change can really help because sometimes either a color scheme, if you've got too much of that light bearing down on it, it'll look funky once it's not in that light anymore. So very handy to be able to kind of up that brightness or take it down. Right, Jet? How you doing? Happy Saturday there, Jet. Great to see you. And I hope that the painting goes well, of course. Now here, well, we are 3 hours 42 minutes in. Now we're doing a little something we call a brushstroke maintenance. Not actually doing anything except essentially removing excess paintbrush strokes. There, that's all we're doing. Let me get more. Where's my violet here? That is going to go on his skin. Yeah, but you'd say like, wait a minute, walruses don't have purple skin. Well, people have all kinds of weird colors. I mean, even we have purple, gray, green. We have all kinds of weird colors on our skin. Here, I think we can show it on this one here again. You can see we have all kinds of different higher chroma colors. Here, there's some of the greenish colors. Depends if there's fatty tissue there. If there's more blood vessels right near the surface, it's going to be more of a red, blushy kind of a surface. Obviously, that's why people blush, right? Because all of those blood vessels near the surface are just kind of really cranking that blood there to the area. Well, Jet, hopefully that's going to give you some more time for painting. And of course, hopefully you can have lots of fun doing that, getting to paint some of those mega figures that you've printed out. That'd be great. I'm going to try and get me some a little lighter here. 1 second. Like that. Also like that. Here we are, some more. Nah, that's too late. That is too late. So we're going to get back to some of our violet in there. Back to more of a mid-tone. We talk about this quite a bit. This idea of the time savings. So if you want to do something like this for, say, a painting contest and you want to spend 30 hours on it, well, that's great. If you're getting this far in your first 4 hours, stands to reason that you can now spend a lot more time on sort of minutia and details and refinement, right? Instead of having to spend a whole bunch of time just, well, doing the dreaded base coating and stuff. Nerifel, yeah, obviously I can't. Is it going to be a situation like, oh, what was the, oh, wait a minute, where, oh, here we go, Nerifel. Is it one of these situations? Is it a Terror Verte? And wasn't this a Series 3? Yes, it was, a Series 3. I still got to find a use for this, Nerifel. I'm determined to. That's fantastic, Jet. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, gee whiz. All right, let's get some of our violet down here. Geez, there's nothing here except, again, some of our original little dry brush and some of our glazy stuff. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of stuffs we can play with down here. And again, in all likelihood, this will be completely dry by this time tomorrow. By this time tomorrow, we'll either be painting some of that Baratheon cavalry or this guy here. Not sure which one. It could be this guy here. So a little Bretonian action right there. Needless to say, there'll be some freehand on him. He's from Last Sword, didn't he? Yeah, he's from Last Sword. 3D printed. So we'll again either be painting some Song of Ice and Fire Baratheons. Where's my it was a couple of weeks ago we painted up these guys. These are also some Song of Ice and Fire Cav. You got some Clegane Brigands there. So yeah, we painted these up, 2 of them on one stream and then 2 of them on another stream. Around about 5-ish hours a piece on the streams. Whatever gets started on the stream gets finished on the stream. That is the way, right, Nerifel? That is the way. So again, Jet, glad that you're going to have a chance to really take some deep dives into the miniature painting there. You know what? We're going to get some more of that violet out here. And then maybe some lighter stuff. Come on. Here too. Some of these scales I might have to do some more light on the upper surface of them, and we'll see how that goes. Ooh, we need some more of our violet back in here too. No. There, more of that darker violet. Darker violet. Ooh, geez. We might need to get some more of our light over there. Well, again, we've not even been working on this for 4 hours. We got some time to get back in here and do some more light on his back. You know what? I might just do that. Let me do that here while we're thinking about it. Let's do that here. Not with the violet in there, though. Not doing that. Now we're going to, we've kind of sacrificed these 4 little whatever spikes here, spines, so that we can have a little more stability. As we referred to it earlier, kind of like a maul stick. Lighten you up here too. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna do this too. Lighter. Oh, yeah. Right up in here. It's almost a bit like a dry brush. Pretty darn close to that. Of course, with the oil paints, a lot of times we suggest not the worst idea to be working on several things. That freehand exercise that I've been showing you, that was 3 different episodes. You can believe that the paint dried in between episodes. And that was pretty darn important too, because we're talking about how I'm sticking my hands on this here. You can see it right there. On this, the very last thing I did was this. I had to do a freehand pattern on this edge of the claw, because as you can imagine, to paint all this, where am I sticking my fingers? Right on that. Now, again, 3 episodes in, that painted had 2 opportunities to dry. So let's say you're working on that. You say, you know what, I need to let this just dry. Well, maybe or set, work on something else, right? You prep another figure, you paint another figure. I'm sure there's plenty of other things you can do miniature-wise besides just hammering away at the same figure. I know that, well, the hasty little hobbit, part of you says, oh, I just want to do a little more. I want to do a little more. I want to get this done. But it is usually best to be patient. Don't be hasty. Well, good night, Mom. Again, sorry that yesterday was so crazy with, was that 15 hours of rain there, Recoil, or was that 15 hours where the power was out? And of course, Recoil, yeah, you're, the way you got your power back, it's kind of like how I find things here, right? It's like, yeah, have the garage door suddenly almost rip your, actually, Recoil, I had a weird vision, of you being like carried up into the air by the garage door line there. Obviously, no garage is that tall, but I just, the comedic nature of it had me thinking, had me visualizing you being dragged up into the air by the stupid garage line. But glad that the power finally came back on for you. Oh, and of course, Recoil, if you want to share, you want to share your stuff there in the chat, like your basing review, please go ahead and do that. So 17 a rain, 15 and no power. Recoil. I really wish I had one of the, like, say 5,000. I think it's basically usually referred to as the Patriot, one of those battery backup type things. Again, the one that I have is maybe 1/3 the power of something like that. Yeah, Recoil, I can imagine what sort of colorful metaphors you wanted to employ in that particular situation. Yes, indeed. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Recoil just shared. Also, please, everybody give Recoil 13 a follow if you could. So Recoil, hopefully you get a chance to do that stream later tonight. Now, I won't be filming. I will probably be doing a whole lot of printing stuff, so I will try to join you if I can. Let me get some lighter stuff here. I think we did it. We didn't quite do it on the. Let me go a little smidge later here. Where's our? Whoops. Okay, that was way more of that Mars Yellow Deep than I was looking to get in there. So back to this thing here. A little more on that fast matte white. Break it down some more. Come on. So this particular base was a very rare situation, and that it's actually a printed base. Oh, I should mention that Arch Villain has a tendency to have some really nifty bases ready-made for their figures. That's I think only maybe Titan Forge is the only other entity I know of that on a routine basis makes has bases specifically for their figures. I know that Lost Kingdoms will do that on some of their more exotic figures. Sometimes they're kind of on the plainer side, sometimes they're much more elaborate. But yeah, Titan Forge sometimes, but we just generally do our own bases. Like, of course, for all of our Tome Kings, we took the fabulous Green Stuff World Texture Roller, did the Sculpey thing, and some of our bulletin board cork, and just created our own bases for that. Because, well, same thing like our Shatterpoint figures. These are 3D printed Hoodoo rocks from Make It Epic Basing, which of course is way more interesting because literally every single base, there's one of 4 designs, and they're no more interesting than this. It's like, nope, I do my own basing on all those because, well, basing is life, right? Recoil. Life is all about basing. I was tempted to put a little more of my light down in there. I don't think I should. I think we'll just avoid doing that. Here we got a little bit of an edge, like the leather is kind of curled there. I think I must have stuck my finger on here a couple of times. And those beginning stages, looks like. Radiant green. Is this going to be... That is sort of light enough. I might take a touch of my fast matte white in there. Let me do this. Fast matte white. Some of the radiant green. For a few little highlight type deals on this stuff. Should stand out pretty well because again we still have some of that reddish brown in some of the mid-tones in the background here. Recoil there, I mean, if unfortunately I don't get to do it anymore because of the streaming and the filming and stuff like that, but there would be days, actually, well, Kathy and I, we used to have basing days where the two of us would just spend the entire day with all of our basing materials making bases. No miniatures in sight, just bases. And we would kind of plan that because, well, it would be sort of a messy day. And since we both kind of would need the same thing, at least we could kind of have all the stuff out there at the same time. Well, you see, that's the key right there, Recoil. The family that bases together stays together. I think that is also like I think it's in a textbook somewhere. So, you know, you father and son just do bases together. You'll be thick as thieves forever. Uh, some of that lighter green over here. Oh, some more. Okay, let's backtrack to that violet over here. So I can get this, go here, because some of that is still the, oh geez, look at this down here. That's still some of the original primer color, but again, the primer is a color. It's not black, it's not white. Oh, it's the secret book of Wapple. There you go, Nerifel. It's the secret book. Yeah, it's the secret book of Wappleville. Now again, the more The more commonly known public book of Wappleville does often state that contrast is more than just light versus dark. And of course, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And one of the chief commandments of the Book of Wapple is think less, do more. Less thinking, more doing. Who would have thought that miniatures get painted faster when you actually paint them instead of thinking about painting them? It's a weird sort of a thing. It has something to do with physics. I think there's some kind of Newtonian law that says that miniatures, oh yeah, the miniature that gets painted is finished quicker than the miniature that is pondered. Paint, not ponder. See that? There you go. Now, Eric, we haven't had one on this in a while. Ooh, I don't think we had anything done on the base. So we got, again, some grays. We got some reddish browns. We got our pretty intense greens. Now we actually got some blues down here. How's about a little film noir? Because it has value. Now, there's plenty of values here. Lots of light and dark, right? We can see shading there. But, I mean, this is some people might even call this a limited palette exercise. Really. Maybe not so much. Look at that. Again, the intense greens on the fishies, reddish brown, some blues there. Round 2, film noir. Away goes the color. Plenty of value. But gee whiz, no contrast of the skin tone versus that robe. Get that green, get that blue, contrast it with that really intense red. Boom, look at that. Now, let's, we'll just grab our Gimli cat again. Here he is. Gimli cat. Let's turn off the object source lighting. Shading is all still there. What's not there? No orangey glow. Bring it back. Boom, look at that. Contrast is more than just light versus dark, so saith the book. So saith the book. What is it? Oh, so it is written, so it shall be done. More of our violet down in these areas here. What are we at? So 4 hours, 2 minutes ago, Wally the Walrus was a paint-free, primer-only object. It never gets old, right, Arid? And we know it's coming. I mean, you literally know it's going to happen. Every time I see it, I still say, huh, look at that. And Arid, if you want to share your Pinterest links, please go ahead. Geez, I'm like, what? There was something I was supposed to say. Couldn't quite spit it out. But yeah, everybody please give Arid Can Wife a follow because, well, in not that many hours, 7 p.m. Pacific, Arid will be streaming some fabulous jewelry there. And if you want to post your links to that so people can get a little look-see right there. Check out that Pinterest link. Again, give Arid Can Wife a follow. Let me see. I'm gonna go 9 hours. So in about 20-ish hours, something like that. 7 p.m. Pacific time. Here it's going to be streaming again. We will be streaming again. Well, I'm just going to say it's going to be later. Because again, tonight was supposed to start at before 10. We started closer to midnight. While I do not project that to be the case, there could be, I don't think there's really going to be so much snow here that I'll have to shovel. But that was another, remember I was predicting that maybe this Saturday stream might be a later start because of some snow shoveling that might have to happen. Still might be the case. You know what? I'm going to ditch that. Where's my green? Ish gray. Why am I going brown on top of brown? I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to go like this. Blending brush. Poof. Hashtag no layers. This is why the oils don't take terribly long to dry. This is why the miniatures don't take terribly long to paint. Because we are not taking a bazillion years on the shadow side of a bracer here to get some leather. Why would I be spending a whole ton of time on that? Now again, what is the benefit of that? Is that the maximum use of your time? Or is that maybe a not so maximum use of your time? We got to do something here on the underside of this. Now again, this was printed. Wow, this wasn't even printed on the Mono X. This was printed on the old Frozen Sonic Mini 4K. And a resin that I haven't used in probably a year and a half. Yeah, this thing was probably printed out 2.5 years ago. And people wonder why I'm constantly printing things, because you never know when you're going to need something. Let me get a little more, yeah, a little more light over here. And we got to do something on this. Down, that's just a middle tone. It seems mighty light, it's just a middle tone. Another reason why we do not prime things super light. And we definitely don't do the black primer thing either. Again, I might step away for just a sec here, just to refill our medicine jar. Don't go anywhere, because we got to get to the dramatic conclusion of Wally the Walrus here. So, yep, don't go anywhere. We just need a few mementos to, again, refresh our medicine jar. And, again, we're going to be finishing up Wally here. So, again, don't go anywhere. We shall return. We got some, oh, look, here's a little bit of Rohan goodness for you to check out while we're away. have returned as promised. And I think I'm going to keep going with some of that violet stuff that we've been doing here in these mid-tone areas, because I don't think I really did a whole bunch of it over here. Also some cleanup stuff to do on some of these scales. See where that lighter got a little bit heavy there? This is the nifty thing about the oils, and that's why it makes the freehand really snap with the oils, because you can make those adjustments, sometimes little minute adjustments, very easily with the oil paints. A touch more here. So Irid was doing more experiments with the FDM printing with the uh, layer lines, and it was some interesting results. I just did this dry brushy stuff on there to try and bring out the layer lines more. It may not quite work now. Again, I don't have the point 0.2 nozzle yet. We're waiting on that. Right now, I don't think that I'll be able to use it for, say, printing busts, for stuff like any kind of painting exercise, really. Uh, Again, the point 0.2 nozzle might really impress me. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's actually on the way. Now, so with the point 0.4 nozzle, printing out this bust at, I want to say, I think it was probably 2.5, 3 times that size. It was going to take about 25.5 hours. Now, of course, it was that bust and the plinth. That's, it was two things. It wasn't just the bust. I think it's still. I'm trying to think of it compared to the resin. Well, of course. Now here's the thing. Now that we know resin is kind of, I don't know if it's going to be permanently, $25 per liter, because it used to be like 30 something dollars a liter, and we thought it was going to stay that price forever, and things kind of cleared up a bit. So Irid actually, it's really not that much when I consider that. Well, those hobbit holes, some of those. Well, let's see, the dwarf tavern that I just printed up, that took a week. No, like 8 days to print, and that was running the printer all day long, all night long, every day. So really, just one day of printing the bust is, while it's not exactly a dwarven tavern. We've invested a lot of time in some print projects. Now here is the other thing, though. There is that element of fragility. So something that's done in an FDM printer, to me, is going to be, much more rugged and able to take a hit than, say, something like a resin print. I think I showed you that Tomb King's chariot that fell a few streams ago and shattered into, well, at least 13, maybe 14 pieces. I've already dropped, I think, one of those oliphants there, and it just bounced on the ground, and that was it. So there's an advantage there. Well, see you later there, Irid. I know you got to get to sleep because you're going to be streaming soon enough. So again, everybody, please give Irid a Cam Wife a follow, because Irid's going to be streaming again 7 p.m. Pacific time. And of course, best of luck with everything there, Irid. Appreciate you being here. Yep. This got a little bit of green in it here. Little touch of some green. Like we say all the time, green and violet together actually make a very nifty gray. And they don't necessarily have to be mixed together. They can be kind of side by side on the same surface. And of course, this is not exactly, Christmas emerald green here or something like that. And we're not actually talking about, deep violet, whatever. These are kind of grayed down colors to begin with. That's where they're going to play along and complement each other nicely. And we need to get. No, I don't think I want to go too much later down here. That is supposed to be kind of a shadow area. Up here, though, different story. I'm going to use you as a blending bright. There we go. Again, that's a hard to reach area. I will do that, and I will take this. I'll tap, tap, and it does kind of help to smooth that out a bit. Over here, more light on that skin. One of the things about just in general the Archvillain figs, it's been a while since I had a chance to paint one of these. The skin textures are really, really fantastic. They do a really fantastic job on the skin textures, I gotta say. I wonder, this is a little bit more of our radiant turquoise here. Maybe put some more of this on the ice down here. Let me break this down some more. Break that down. More of it out here. Might, on our fishies down here, some of these scales, I was waiting for kind of our glazes to really have a chance to set. None of the paint on here is actually dry. When we say the paint has set, again, we like to use that example of bread in the proving jar, or you're going to do some pottery. You're not going to take that pot you just did and chuck it in the kiln. You're going to let that dry overnight, possibly even warm it to get as much of the moisture out of there as possible before it gets fired. Trying to get more of my lighter ice core down in here. Is this going to be light enough? His tail is not casting a shadow here, so that's why I feel like I can put a little more light in that area. I don't know, let me get some of the fast matte white here. Not everywhere here, just a couple of spots, and of course, see, that's all blending together. Now with the oils, some of these areas, it might be a good 35, 20, or maybe even an hour and a half in between times where I actually am working on them. That gives that paint a chance to set. And then when it comes time to putting that next application on there, it's a whole lot easier. The paint actually sticks. The folks that are, they've been doing the acrylic painting, then they try to go over to oils. That can be a little bit of a adjustment thing to get used to. This idea that you can't just keep hammering away at the same area over and over again. You can put some stuff there, and then you move on to somewhere else. As we mentioned earlier, the reduced drying times tends to be a good little indicator of are you kind of doing that approach where you maybe give that paint some time to set. Too much on that brush, a little too much thinner. Oh, by the way, the thinner is a very high quality odorless thinner, and we use this much. So 4.5 hours basically, that's how much thinner I've had to work with all this time. When it comes time to cleaning the brushes, oh look at this, we have brush cleaner. It's from Winsor Newton and handy enough, works for acrylics. Not hazardous, no vapors. So we don't have some giant vat of thinner, because people say, oh, there's going to be all kinds of fumes and this and that. No, this is not like a resin printer. Yeah, resin printer is going to crank out all kinds of weird, nasty fumes. Your tiny thing of high quality odorless thinner, not so much. And your brush cleaner, not at all. So again, I hope that makes folks maybe feel a little bit better about trying out the oil paints, because let's put it this way, just trying to print this one guy, get him cleaned up and on this base here is far more, there's a whole lot more nasty things, fume-wise and dust-wise and everything else, than there is in any kind of oil paint. Pretty much unless you're fixing to eat your oil paints, you're just as good as if you're doing acrylics. I've been working with the O's for a very long time. I've never chosen to consume them. I am choosing to put some more of my fast matte white out on this palette. So, where are you going to go? Over here. Don't need a whole bunch, just a little. There we are. Because I want to mix this with my radiant green here. This kind of for our fishies here. Trying to get some of the lightest stuff on those scales. Let's see if it's going to work. There's a whole bunch of paint on there, but let's do this. We have the gills here too. So first on the fins. Now for some of these scales. We're not looking to do every single one. We're kind of looking to do the ones that face up towards the light. Towards the light. All right. This fin over here, I don't know, we got an awful lot of that lighter green on there. Might have to go back and maybe take some away. Trying to get me a bit more of this light on his mouth, on the gills here. Somehow down here onto these little scales. Now there's this side. We'll just have to, again, stick our hand on this here. Hopefully you can see what's going on here. I think so. Couple of lights on those. Yeah, maybe a little bit more on that on the tail there. Spin him around this way. Yeah, that works. Ah, this guy over here. I haven't done a whole bunch on his little face. Give him his mouth there, a little bit more light on his head, on those fins. Back to our lighter green again. Like so. Now the fishies on the ice. This is, I think, where I'm going to try and really catch some decent light here on his mouth. There we go. On that gill, we had another one over here. I mean, we're just a smidge. There we go. And now these pesky little scales there. Let's do this. Again, some pesky little scales right there. We'll still maybe do some even lighter stuff. We'll see how that rolls. Did we get... No. See, there's another... Can you see him? Yes, you can. Okay, first is fin here. And these scales, I might actually have to, believe it or not, come back with my dark on a couple of these scales. There's also his gill right in there. Lower part of his mouth there. And now this is really what we're trying to get here. I don't want to have to go back with too much of the dark because I like the luminosity that manganese blue hue gave us. And if I do that was a little more than I wanted there. If I have to go back and reintroduce some, either the phthalo, no, sorry, phthalo green Prussian blue mix, we will lose some of that manganese blue there. I don't want to do that. Tail fin probably should get a little more light on it too. Alright, that kind of works there. Not sure how much later I can get beyond that. And again, I mean, you could almost say that maybe he's casting a teensy bit of a shadow on there. Maybe, maybe not. Back to that fast matte white. Now it's getting a whole lot closer to straight up fast matte white. There's a bunch of different places that I'd like to drop this. I'm gonna see if there might be a couple of areas on the ice here where I could do that. A bit like that. Oh, some over here too. So yeah, this base is not one that I made. Usually I do all the, custom basing and all that kind of stuff, but Archvillain is one of those kind of rare entities that for all of their releases, they tend to really do some heavy customized bases for each of the figures. Again, sometimes they're a little bit simpler than others, even in the same release. There'll be times where, well, the bases maybe for the infantry are just kind of, not so whatever, and they're not really matching the theme that I want. Usually your bigger critters, they're almost kind of worked into the base. Sometimes you don't actually have a choice because they are literally part of the base. Let me catch a bit more light on that. Touch more up there. Still not, I'm going to do these other spines here, whatever. Not doing the other ones because I might still have to stick my finger on those. But these guys down, maybe not. Maybe I won't. I might still have to stick my finger on those. So let's just wait. So 4.5 hours ago, we were just getting underway with this guy. We began the process with the dry brushing, mostly just some plain old kind of grayish tones. That was followed up with a whole bunch of pinline washes, glazes, however you want to call it. And then we started to work into mid-tones and that sort of thing. Did it look super, super, super messy when we first started out? Yes, indeed. We call that the glorious messy stage. A lot of folks, again, they're not used to seeing their figures, say, in that messy stage. So it can be a little, they kind of see that and they go, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? They are not used to that kind of thing. because they typically are maybe painting a part of the miniature and that's it. Understandable because they might maybe have a limited work session and they want to see something tangible done at the end of it. Also understandable. However, that will sort of take time away from you. So overall, you're going to spend more time trying to get that figure done if that's the approach. Faster approach is to work over the whole thing everywhere. Maybe it kind of does not look nifty in any one spot by the time your session is done. Overall, though, it's going to take less time. But like I said, I understand why folks they'll kind of do that approach where they paint only in one area during the entire work session, nowhere else. But honest to goodness, it will save you a whole bunch of time if you kind of branch out, work on all parts of the figure at once. Especially with the oils, they are not at all designed for painting in one little section. Because when I'm doing my 2D art with the oils, you can bet I'm working on the whole thing all at once, not one little tiny section. Can I really make that? Actually, I'm probably going to go back. That's what I need to do is go back with some darker stuff where his whiskers should be. We'll do that. Also, maybe some a little bit lighter there. Oh, you know what? Take some of our violet, some of our perline red. And just try to work a little something, something in here. Not a ton, just a little something there. Down in there, okay. Now let me take some of my Van Dyke Brown maybe. We'll break this down. Let me see if I can try and do something here for those for these whiskers right here. Because that got a little bit lost when we're doing our middle tones and our lighter colors here. These not so much. I keep thinking of all the portals that we have to do on all of our little 1/1800 scale ships. Now, where's Richelieu's? There's Richelieu. This had a ton of them all along the starboard and port sides. Yeah, we had to do a ton of those, and that's basically like what we're doing here with his whiskers there. Something lighter there. Yep, okay, here, let's do a little bit of cleanup here. There might have been maybe some support nubs in here. Hey, Tundra Crusher, how you doing? Well, looky here, we got some frozen walrus fishies for you, Tundra Crusher. Welcome back. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Tundra Crusher a follow. And of course, Tundra Crusher, you want to share something in the chat? I know you just finished that stream, but if you got an Insta, Discord, whatever, maybe some work in progress stuff, you want to share that, that is all good. Trying to get a little more light here. So we're working with our oil paints, like always. Glad that you've been doing well there, Tundra Crusher. So yeah, this is from Archvillain Games. Now last night, a little bit less of a Tundra right there. Also from Archvillain, this is we call him Touchdown Bobo right there. And of course, a little bit brighter on the chroma. Still the same oil paints. very same oil paints. So yeah, definitely Tundra Crusher, and everybody, please check out that link when Tundra Crusher posts that. Now let's see, what was our one of our more recent? Well, of course we've been doing our Lord of the Rings kitties, and we got more of those coming. Holy smokies! Yep. Here's I think this was the last of them that we did. There's Boromir. Yep, that is Boromir. We have some Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. That's right. Speaking of winter is coming. So Tundra Crusher, it hasn't really gotten cold here yet. I think it's actually still probably in the 40s here. But yeah, maybe it's about 39 or something. But soon enough, it should get pretty frosty. And again, everybody please give Tundra Crusher a follow if you could. That'd be great. We have to support all of our fellow late night and early morning streams there. Thanks, Tundra Crusher. Appreciate that. And again, I hope that you're doing super well. The streams have definitely been starting later and later and later and later. This one started a whole bunch later than I expected it to. Oh, that's what we didn't do. That's what we have to do yet. Almost forgot. Here, we'll take our this here and maybe even some of our orange, and we're gonna do some lighter rust color. I knew there was something. As I'm looking at there, we are. That's what we needed. Some lighter rust color there. That's fantastic, Tundra Crusher. So Tundra Crusher, we've also been doing a bunch of terrain. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, lots of wait, 6 hobbit. Yeah, we did 6 of these hobbit holes here. Yep, 6 of those. And of course, we've been really hammering through our 1800 scale ships. We started our French Navy this Monday. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. And of course, everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow too. Yeah, Jet. By probably by Monday or Tuesday, it should be probably air temperature of maybe -4, -5 Fahrenheit, something like that. Again, with wind chills somewhere in the -20, maybe on the high side -25 or something. Again, that'd be -25 Fahrenheit. I don't believe there's going to be any snow. But there's probably going to be some winds. Of course, what was? Oh yeah, that's right. This must have been maybe maybe 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, where it was one of those crazy 63-degree December days. 24 hours later, with the wind chill, was -43. So we did register a 100-degree temperature change in a 24-hour period. That was a record. Needless to say, that's a situation where you gotta be running that water, because that is definitely where pipes are gonna want to go boom. So I just added that little light dot to his eye there. I wonder, can I get away with doing that here, or do I need to refresh that? Okay, I think we got away with it there. I'm going to then take my dark here, and we're going to cut away the top of that a bit. There we are. All right, good. Got that set up now. You know what? This here rope. Let's work on that a little. This fisheye needs to have a little something going on in there. Yeah, Jet. Well, I don't know if you were in here when surface tension was in here. Needless to say, we were talking about that very special Welsh gray. Welsh gray is every gray. I'm hoping that he does that thing where he takes the AI and tries to make a basically sort of a Bayou tapestry style artwork of shocked and horrified Welshans seeing the sun and not knowing what to do, like reacting in horror the same way some folks of that era might have reacted to an eclipse. I've got a now all of a sudden recoil. I just have this desire to say Bayou tapestry and all of the kinds of stuff. Like paint, show me Lord of the Rings in Bayou tapestry. Now, of course, someone did do Lord of the Rings and basically that Byzantine style art, which was really fabulous. I was thinking about painting those one of these days on stream. Now here I'm actually getting some of that orangey brown down into these things. So Jet says that the nice thing about when the fog clears in Wales is that you can see the rain falling. I mean, you just wonder how anything can grow there since it literally is just raining all the time. Actually, Jet, I'm surprised that you don't have like deep sea life that lives on shore or lives on land in Wales because it's probably about the same level of lightness and wetness. In fact, maybe who knows? Maybe half the people in Wales they need to almost have some kind of gills or something like that just to survive in all the moisture. Because well, that's right. There's Welsh wet also. Yes. You know, I'm gonna maybe try to get a little smidge of this down onto these guys too. It kind of has a whole bunch of dark colors and then some really really light stuff and nothing in between. Oh, and recoil again. I hope that you get a chance to do a stream there tonight. Everybody again, please give Recoil 13 a follow so that Recoil gets a chance to do that stream tonight. You'll be able to join in on that. Ooh, you know what we need to get here? Let's reverse a little. Where's my manganese blue? Let's break that down some more. Man, this is one translucent color here. It's like the Indian yellow of blues. There we go. A little something something there. I was tempted to go a little darker there. I think we'll avoid that particular temptation. Alright, back to my manganese blue. You know what? Yeah, those fins. Got a little bit too light there. We just took a little bit of that down now. You know what? Crazy is I'm going to give me some of that manganese blue into here as well. Also on here, let me take that. Colors go somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? So So some of our verdigris. To what degree are we going to put this manganese blue on our verdigris here? You know what? I got a little. Look at there we are, and a little there. And now it starts to see bring some of that green over here where we might need it. Now on that, and let me refine that a little here. 1 second. That's looking a little funky there. Still got the asphaltum here. This is a case where we don't really have a whole bunch of that rope shape. We're kind of having to paint in the detail. Some of that here. Hey Gladius, how you doing? Happy Saturday to you. Hope that everything is going fantabulous. And thank you so much for joining us here. You know what? I'm gonna take away that little bit of the light right there. So it's been very fun working on an old favorite character here. Again, this is Wally the Walrus. We painted him once before, years ago. He was he was super fun. Part of a whole series of winter themed figures from Archvillain. Even the base also is again part of that release. I don't know if this base belonged to this particular guy. Again, it's been a while since I printed them out, so I don't quite remember. I think we got all the dorks we can add there. Let's do something with this rope over here. That is something we need. Again, that is my. Let me get some of the fast mat white into that again. Let me try this here. Well, Gladius, I hope that building the Eldar is fun. I have a whole bunch of Eldar stuff to print out. Oh man, a ton of it. Eldar figures. I got at least 3 Eldar vehicles to print out. Holy smokes. I actually need to get that second printer going again. Now, I never did get a chance to really do my light stuff on the top of this band here of leather or whatever. Touch of light maybe there on the middle. Now here on the edge of the barrel. Some light there. Now that's fantastic, Gladius. And again, well, for all the folks that are maybe going to be doing some RPG stuff, I hope that goes very well for everybody. Heavy tea definitely ready for some chow, especially because with all the mayhem, I was basically lucky to just snarf down a couple of taters and that's it. So yes, we will definitely be having some chow time after this thing is over. Because I was basically still hungry before the stream even started, 4 hours and 50 minutes ago. Hey, T-Cat, nice to see ya. T-Cat, if you would like to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And again, well, thanks for being here. Appreciate that, of course. And happy Saturday, too, because Saturday. Let me, nah, I don't know. Let me look at my reference here real quick, like here. I don't think we did get the light there, so I think we're gonna maybe back off on that. Maybe we'll get some of the violet down in there. So heavy tea, well, I guess there might be some, well, it kind of depends. Another winter event happening down in the Southlands. Different models showing different things. Could be kind of a carbon copy of last round. It could be much, much less expansive than the last round. It could be snowing, it could be hot, it could be sunny, it could be raining. There could be ice, there could be volcanoes, there could be tsunamis. All of them at the same time. Uh, sure, we'll get a little bit of light here on these little tusks or whatever those are. Little something on the edge of that. Yeah, heavy tea. I think. Well, check out Max Velocity on YouTube. Basically, again, he will say it's like, look, this is what this model is showing. This is kind of crazy. I just don't think this is going to happen. Or he'll say, look, I've been watching these models for 8 days now. This is what they're showing, and it's kind of building in more certainty. So that's a good little resource. I mean, well, when you live somewhere where there's, shall we say, as much weather mischief as there is here, that is very handy. You know what? Up here, gonna go with some more light, and then I want to, before I forget, let's get some of the light here that we've literally been wiping away with my finger there. So let's do that. Wow, we really wiped these out, didn't we? And that's no problem. It'll take no time at all to bring some of that back. Again, then we can just use our blending brush to make sure that meshes in with some of the darker stuff towards the interior. And of course, these are not sable brushes. These are synthetic liner brushes. Again, we love the Princeton brushes. Cotman are also very similar. Yeah, almost forgot this over here too. Holy smokes. Okay, there you go. And a little more of that light stuff there. Now let's get back to this here. Oh, gee whiz, me. Oh, that's right. That we contacted that when we were getting some of that brown ochre and some glazy things going. And again, heavy tea. I know we always ask if folks want to share stuff in the chat. And same thing there. T-Cat, you want to share some stuff in the chat? That'd be sensational. Oh, and here, of course, is there's Touchdown Bobo right there. Oh, and he is also dry, especially this magenta here. Yeah, that's totally dry. I mean, we're just now maybe getting close to 24 hours after I last painted him, or was painting on him, I guess I should say. Oh yeah, that'd be fantastical there, Heavy T. That'd be sensational. Touch of little bit of light there, just trying to get some of that texture. Okay, there we go. That the light just suddenly ended right there. We need to go a little further with that. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Same thing, Pascal. If you don't mind sharing all of your sensational miniatures there in the chat. And everybody, speaking of sharing, everybody check out the Insta link that that Heavy T just posted there. Please go check that out. And I'll also give Heavy T a follow. And also, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. Actually, Pascal, you might be streaming maybe Sunday. And also, oh, look, there we got the Instagram link there from TCat. Please go check that out. Also, give TCat a follow. So, Pascal, yeah, we did have quite a bit of fun with all of our Lord of the Rings themed kitties, and we got a bunch more. I actually printed out 5 more yesterday. Now, Pascal, you remember we were showing this. So this is finally, we finished up this series right here. So that was super fun doing doing all the free hands on there. Essentially, painting time on that was maybe 5.5 hours all total, because we spent at least, I think, close to an hour drawing these out. So we had about, I want to say, 7 hours worth of videos. Subtract an hour for that, and then more time for intros and stuff. Yeah, I think that was a grand total of about 5.5 hours painting time, probably. Thank goodness for the oil paints, that's for sure. So again, everybody please check out that Insta link that Pascal just shared, because there's some really tremendous stuff there. You'll want to go see that. Same thing with T-Cat, same thing with Heavy T. Go check out all the things. And it is so funny to see. Again, this is also from Archvillain. Just the vibrancy of Touchdown Bobo, but still the same oil paints. Actually, the blue that we're using on the, or greenish blues we're using on the fishies, you can see we used a lot of them here on Touchdown Bobo. I'm going to bring in a little bit of this on. Oh, yeah, we need to get some of the lightest lights on his little nails there. Also, I'm going to try to get some of this. I mean, we don't want to reflect it like we're reflecting metal, but I would like to have at least some of our ice color to reflect here on Wally's tail, scales, whatever. Again, this is an old favorite character of the stream. Oh, this is another guy we have to print out again. We need to remember this one, T-Cat. Where is he? You'll recognize him immediately when you see him, because how can you forget him? Wait a minute, that's not him. Where are you hiding? You're around here somewheres. He's around here somewhere. Nope, that's not him. That's not him. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. Remember him? Remember Jack the Werejackal? Yes, and he was always asking these, and I gotta print more of these. He was also from Archvillain. You know, he always wanted hearts. Yes, he was always after some hearts there. I gotta print those up again. Geez, talk about years ago. So that was a Loot Studios figure, that Werejackal. And yes, everybody loved him. His name was Jack. Sometimes the names, they just come naturally. Other times the names are somewhat surprising. Obviously, our cave troll there, Alex the cave troll. That's an unusual name for a cave troll. But again, sometimes you just that's what their name ends up being. More of our again, that kind of bluish teal there to sort of reflect some of the ice color there. That T-Cat. I've got some printed out from Raging Heroes. Those should be very fun. Actually, I've got a Slaanesh figure that I printed out from Raging Heroes. That was something that I thought I could paint on stream here this week. Well, yeah. It got printed out, never got a chance to prep that thing. More, yeah, we're going to get a little bit of you on the underside of his hand here. Where's that? There it is. This up here. I think actually the first place we used this was on. It was one of our. It was Europa. Yeah, it was one of our Galilean moons that we were painting up on stream during the holidays. And that's when we tried it then here, right? We tried what we saw there. We tried it here on our metals, and that was pretty wild. And again, all the stuff that we're flashing in front of you here. If you want to check that stuff out, they're all saved as highlights. So again, it's sort of like a YouTube channel, just no ads. Taking my blending brush here because again, there's some of that goes all the way down to our original dry brush there. No, not on there. Not on there, but we will put a little bit of it again on his toes here. Because again, it's right next to the ice. How would that not in some way, shape, or form have no reflection? Let me do this. I'm gonna just checking out my reference again here real quick. Now back to our lighter stuff on the ice here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Justinova. Appreciate that. Gandalf does as well. Especially when it's Catdoff. He's like, oh, you again? He's like, yeah, how much for the fish? He's like, they're really not for sale. He's like, come on, you want to sell those fish? He's like, no, I need them for my scale ale. It's like, I'm sure that would be tasty, but we really just like them raw. You sure you're not Gollum? Raw and wriggling. We will be painting the cat version of Gollum. Again, we had a lot of 3s and 4s tonight. The Gollum figure in the Lord of the Cats is one of these, like the hairless cat type thing. So yeah, there is a Gollum figure in the that Lord of the Rings kitties set. The Frodo, which I do believe I printed, instead of obviously holding a ring, he's holding a ball of yarn. So, uh, yeah, that should be pretty darn entertaining. And I will, well, I guess among the many things I have to do after the stream tonight is get the next batch of prints going for sure. I was gonna say teacup for a second. I was thinking they're almost like the chihuahuas of cats or something. Let me do some more down there. Oh, we need some light down here too. Yes, we need some light on the top of this. Like we do. I think we're pretty good to go in the way. You know what? Let me actually take away a little bit of that. And now it might just be time. Let me see. I'm going to take some of the indigo. A lot of the shapes in here, they kind of got subtracted a wee bit when I went in there to file away some of the support nubs, because remember, this was printed on a whole different printer and printed with an entirely different resin than what I use now. Hey there, Spoon Handle, how you doing? Everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. Spoon Handle, you know the deal. If you want to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Spoon Handle, again, this is an old favorite character, Wally the Walrus here. And of course, you saw us working on Touchdown Bobo last night, so he was all done. Roundabout, well, again, we're at 5 hours, 9 minutes. I think he was about 5 hours, 20 minutes or so. And of course, so saith the book. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. I think oh yeah, this is a good angle to show it. So watch what happens when all of the turquoise and the warm browns, all that stuff goes away. There's plenty of value, right? There's plenty of lights and darks, but boy, look what you miss out on. You can already see it. That's like at 15%. We're getting closer to our 50, and there it is. So again, you can see the difference that makes. Now, also here's Touchdown Bobo. We have a very similar thing with his skin right next to this super high chroma warm color. When we take all that away, all of a sudden the skin and the cloth and everything just kind of becomes one and the same, because we don't have that massive color contrast plus intensity contrast. We got one more of these to show here. Okay, that's gonna be Gimli. Now let's turn off the object source lighting here. It just looks like regular old shading. That's it. We don't see the cool, dingy colors. We don't see the warm, high chroma colors. Till we do this, and now you see those intense warms. And then look at that. Look at all those cooler colors. Even the kind of reddish burgundy on his helmet is a cooler, dingier color. Same thing with his gloves, all the leather right there. Even that green, right? Versus all of that super high intensity glow. And keep in mind, you can do that with your phone. You just take a picture of your miniature. Every phone has some kind of app that lets you manipulate the image. Go ahead and do that. And then you can get a chance to see, oh, wow, yeah, that's what it looks like. It can reveal a lot. Sometimes you make some adjustments based on what you see. Because when you're doing the contest thing, the painting contest stuff, typically what are people hearing? Push the contrast. Well, it'd be kind of interesting if you could come back and say, which contrast are you talking about? Value contrast, saturation contrast, temperature contrast. Is it edge contrast? Because edge contrast is a thing, right? We have harder edges, softer edges. Where's there something that's metal here? Well, here you go. All right, your metal has harder edges than your cloth, doesn't it? Than your skin. So see you later there, Spoon Handle. And again, thanks for hanging out. I know it's super. It's 4:38 here, and again, I appreciate you being here, of course. Now I'm gonna grab my Payne's Gray. Oh, we're gonna have Payne's Violet. Payne's Gray and our Dioxazine Violet. More of that open here. And it's not a glaze. It's close. It's very close to being a glaze coat, but it is not. With the oils, every color has kind of a different point where it can turn into a glaze. Some colors like Indian yellow or even our Toro Rosa, it can take a whole bunch of thinner to turn those into a glaze. There's other colors, they barely touch the thinner and poof, they're already a glaze. Somehow, much in the same way, a door can become ajar. It just magically, it just takes a half a second for that door to become ajar. And then if it still is ajar, it can be very cold. Now I'll take away some of the light. There we go. That was too much on that one side. We're also going to darken this down. Ooh, you know what? Maybe that's also a little too much of the light there. No, I'm not going to put any more of the light up there. Not going to put any more light up there. Now this here, I think I might have actually bumped into that with my finger, but I'm going to take away some of that little highlight thing there. Now for stuff like this, you can also just say take some kind of heavy, or the heavy gloss gel, or some kind of gloss varnish or whatever, and you put it on these things, and then it basically tracks the light, right? No matter which way your light's coming from, it's always going to be, the highlight's going to follow the light wherever, or lights, or if there's multiple lights. So it's just another possibility for you as you're, again, painting things like these nails here. I've certainly done it multiple occasions. The last little bit of all my little fishies. Again, I just keep thinking, what was that? Oh yeah, red dwarf with I'm going to eat your little fishies. And I do, oh, there's the one, no, well, spoiler alert, he tries to eat a robot goldfish. That doesn't go well. Alright, doing a couple more hits of light on, oh yeah, this one too. Wait a minute, I think this is the better angle to approach that from. Also here. Let's do some that way. This here. You know what? I think there's a couple little areas of light I can get up here. So yeah, you see how I was kind of moving in the opposite direction there? You can do that with these liner brushes. Now the short refers to the handle and not the bristles. You can see the bristles are pretty long. Made the mistake once of just getting a liner brush and not a short handle one. I received
Hello,
a
little
great
hobbits.
redwood in the
Spark
mail.
my ganja.
I had to cut that thing in half. Thank you so much, Wallyt TV. Appreciate that. You shall not pass. How about you maybe? No, I'm not really. Oh, yeah, fish. I'm not interested in that. Wait a minute. You've been saying all night long how you want some of these fish. It's like, well, no, I don't want none of them. They're raw. Gala might want some of those, not me. It's like, no, no, it was you. It was Aries. That's the culprit right there. Sneaky cat off the gray. All right, what are we going to have here in a Gandalf 6? I think we only had 1 6 so far. Ooh, that was mighty close. That was mighty close. I saw the 6 flash. Not quite there. So thank you so much for the follow, LB TV. Appreciate that. Now for our stream, well, Saturday, which is later today, it could very well be another one of our Bretonians here. This one is by Last Sword. So we haven't done any of the Last Sword Bretonians. So yeah, I'll just get some primer on this guy. And I think we'll probably be painting him because I still got to get those Baratheon Cav still prepped, ready to go. So I think that's how we're going to roll for tomorrow night. Needless to say, that's going to have some free hands. Maybe I even do, some replication of this pattern right here on him. See how that rolls. Now, okay, there we go. We kind of had that going all in the wrong direction. I'm going to just come back with maybe some of my Van Dyke Brown and his Fulton here just to get this going in the right. There we are. Somehow, I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, that's better. Now we got this. Much better. Now this thing over here, we got to try and get that all cleaned up in here. This is all kinds of wacky. How is that? Okay, wait a minute. Need a little separation on that too. Okay, back to this one. Here. So now, if there's got something like this and you say, gee whiz, I want to maybe do some kind of freehand, what in the world should I do as a pattern? Well, sometimes it can be right easy. So this is sculpted on the figure. Well, you can see, gee whiz, we repeated that all around the figure. It was already sitting there, right? This little squiggly stuff here, guess what? That ended up inside here. It also ended up here on the back of the cloak. Same thing with our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. This design is on every single shield. I said, all right, let's just take that design and put it on their cloaks. Easy peasy. 30 cloaks later. Hey there, Fuzzy, how you doing? So Fuzzy, I think you were maybe referring to our Galadrim elf there. We painted, well, like I said, 30 of them, and it was all based on, oh, here she's hiding, right over here. So here are Dark Queen Schmaladriel army. So basically in this army, Galadriel chooses to accept the One Ring, and of course, well, the ring taking care of Lothlorien, well, that doesn't function anymore. Look at all the fabulous icicles and such. So this is Wally the Walrus, one of our favorite characters here on the channel. He's a long-time favorite. This is from Archvillain, 3D printed. Last night we painted Touchdown Bobo, also from Archvillain, also 3D printed. So thanks, Fuzzy. Actually, I think there's at least 3 different walrus. There's either 3 or 4. And again, Archvillain tends to do one really giant monster, and then basically monstrous infantry, and then cavalry, then some kind of infantry. Sometimes monstrous cavalry with monstrous infantry riding the monstrous cavalry. Thank you so much, Globcat Miniatures. Exactly how many of there are you? He's like, well, I've been told it's kind of unlimited. Yeah, where's the grumpy Gandalf? Yeah, we haven't seen him in a little while. Yes, indeed. So what's with the grumpy there? He's like, well, check this out. You'd be grumpy too if you had no arms. It's like, dude, how'd that happen? It's like, well, there was a Balrog, there was a glow stick, and a kitchen knife. Things didn't go well. And the gardener is not the hero of the story. Just saying. There's grumpy Gandalf. What's going to happen here with our big old Gandalf 6? Oh my goodness, that's at least the second one tonight, maybe the third one. We had a couple of them last night. Gando is he's on a fire with the rolling of that cube there. Holy smokes, look at that. So thanks again, Globcat Miniatures, for the follow. All of the Gandalfs appreciate that, whether they are grumpy Gandalf or not. They all appreciate their little hobbitses. Oh, yeah, here's a... We went in with the latest... Well, maybe that was a little more the dark than we needed. We'll come back with our later stuff if we feel the need to. We're good on that. It's a piece of fuzz right there. We'll get that off of them. So yeah, the good old scale ale here. Because Wally is a master... I said there's a master sommelier. I know he's a master brewer. And of course his specialty is scale ale. It's a little bit fishy at the start, but you know, eventually it kind of grows on you a bit. You know what? I was tempted to throw a little more light around the area where his whiskers are. Maybe not. We do a little something more here. We got our Van Dyke Brown around those edges there. A little something up there. We can get a little more dark on this too. Some of these laces, they don't really show up very much. Let me see what we can do with those. Let's see what we can do with those guys. Poof. And that might be a little bit of mischief from some support nubs there. I might have to go back with some of my dirt and cut a little bit of that away, but I think we're pretty good here. Alright, yeah, and you know what? I'm thinking I'm gonna get my blending brush up here. This is a little soft craft brush. Doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Alrighty. Little fishy bones here, it looks like. I'll put the top of that. Some there. We did get our decent light there. I'm going to get some more on the fishy bones over here. Yeah, fuzzy. That's something that people are always shocked about. They think, well, it's water soluble. They're not really water soluble, right? You still have to have a whole bunch of oil in there. Other folks I know, well, they tried them once and they never tried them again because they said, holy smokes, it took a lot longer to dry than just regular old oil paints. Man, again, might as well just use the regular oil paints and have all the advantages of them. And again, this is well, a little over 24 hours ago. I was still painting this, and well, guess what? He's dry. That is dry, and that's just your regular oil paint right there. Now, if you're using a bunch of cadmium colors, well, then the bets are off. It's going to take a wee while to dry because cadmium's, titanium, any of those type of colors will take a substantial amount of time to dry. Yeah, fuzzy. Well, you've heard me talk about it a bunch of times on the streams, right? That just as you get more used to them, you end up using less paint and less paint, and it is one of the interesting early barometers. Yeah, when you're first using the oils to kind of say, okay, am I really going to get in the hang of these? If what you're doing takes less time to dry, you can probably say, you know what, starting to get a hang on this stuff. Maybe it might not be the standard way people might think. Well, how can I see if I'm improving? But it is nevertheless a barometer of improving. So, yay on that. So, geez, yeah, this thing was printed possibly as long as 2 years ago, maybe even more. Possibly printed in 2022. And fact, I believe it was. Uh, Different printer, different resin. Fuzzy web, obviously, like anything else, right? You do it a whole bunch of times. It accelerates that learning process. Because, well, you're just going to be thrown into more situations. You'll be more familiar with it then as those situations arise again. And then again, you end up being that much better, that much more efficient. All the good stuffs. Yeah, well, even too with an army, right? The first few miniatures you paint in an army, they can take a long time. The irony is that generally, by the time you're painting the last figure in the army, you know exactly how they should be painted, and then you don't have to paint anymore. But well, such is life. Yeah, fuzzy. Well, and of course 3D printing. That is, I don't. Is it a hobby or is it a job? Because well, obviously for me it is what I do for a living, but 3D printing is an entity all to itself. I just don't ever really see 3D printing becoming, well, it's never going to be like a regular
So say
printer.
we
That's
all.
just not going to happen. Thank you so much, Globcat. Appreciate that. I do believe for Globcat, we should also have lots of cats. Oh my goodness, you guys are right. Let me guess, you want these fish. He's like, well, I was really hoping for tuna. That's, um, oh yeah, yeah, tuna. That's chicken of the sea. He's like, you're really not gonna blow that horn in my face, are you? He's like, well, I could just claw your eyes out because I'm a cat. And of course, scale ale, you say. Um, I can wait. Like, so you're not gonna try and take the fish away? He's like, no, no, man, I want me some scale ale. That's the first. That is the first character that's come along and actually said, I just want the scale ale. We have of all the characters that have shown up during the streams where we were painting Wally the Walrus, none of them have said they were interested in the ale itself. Yeah, Fuzzy. That's why I ended up getting the Bamboo X1. That now, of course, it still has its foibles, which is why I'm really well. Of course, it's back up to its higher price again. But I was just conducting an experiment with using the zero point zero 0.08 layer height. Now, which one is this? Okay, this is not. Here it is. This is the one with the 0.08. And I did this on my video here. So yeah, you can see that there's more of just oh no, that's not the right one. This is the right one. This is just you can see the skin texture on that one there instead of just the layer lines. And of course, with the oil paints, we can do additional getting rid of those layer lines because, whoops, went too far. People cannot see the layer lines on that or on our yurts or on our Easterling terrain. Those are printed on the same printer. But because the oils fill in those layer lines very effectively, again, you just don't see those. Because remember, the oils have genuine capillary action. Acrylics do not. That's hydrodynamics. It's physics. You can't get the same kind of pinline wash thing from acrylics as the oils because, well, they work differently. The oil paints, geez, you could drop a dot of it here and it would end up over here. If you were to take a drop of water, you can quite literally balance that on the edge of a glass. You can't do it. If that were oils, it would not only go down the glass, it would go off the edge of the table. So yep, Globcat printed all of these. Oh, and also too, let's not forget. Let's not forget the Argo kitties, and now they have their water effects too. And Globcat, I will be painting a bunch more of these because now I have the other files. So here's the other Argo kitty. One of the ones that I printed out was basically the Aragorn figure, which the pose is very much like this one here. So it's very much like this one. I'm actually trying to print out this bit, but larger, so that we can, again, get him on there. Oh, and here's the Gollum kitty. Well, he's one of those hairless cats, so he looks a bit like that. So that should be super fun. So see you later, Fuzzy. Again, happy Saturday. Appreciate you being here. Let me see. There is also, well, there's a Nazgul, but he's a rat. There's a Samwise. Actually, I printed it. Oh, there's Legolas is a Siamese cat. Legolas is a Siamese cat. So I think I've got him printed out as well. So I've only ever painted a Siamese cat in 2D, not in 3D. So that's going to be very fun to do that. This week coming up probably is when I'll have those prepped and ready to go for more streams. So most likely our Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams. Well, I might save some of them just for the week after that too, because I think we actually painted. We painted two of them in one stream. Oh, we painted both Argo kitties in one stream. I think did I paint Boromir and the Gimli cat all in the same stream? I don't know. I don't think so. Thank you so much, Gaming Journey. Appreciate that. So you're not interested in the scale ale? He's like, well, the other Gandalf, not so much, but me, I'm willing to try new things. Wow. Well, okay, I guess I better brew some more. Who would have thought that Gandalf the White would be interested in that? We just had a big 6 on our Gandalf 6. What does Gaming Journey get? Ooh, it's a solid roll. Very solid roll of a 4. So Gaming Journey, well, I'm going on a journey, or no, going on an adventure. That's it. There and back again, right, Gaming Journey? And again, we appreciate the follows. We also appreciate the subs. We've had some subs. We also appreciate all the bitses and the cheers. We had some of those. We appreciate that. We've had ourselves a couple of raids. We had Fallen Freely. We had Touch of Chaos. Lots of raids, and we appreciate those. We also appreciate all the different sculptors that work really hard to get nifty things, well, like this and the Argo kitties. And again, Apache Studios was kind enough to say, here, look, here's the rest of the files, because I was kind of hoping to have a whole collection of them at Adepticon, or at least a reason, if not all of them, most of them. And again, we will be painting up more of these kitties. Now, of course, our Monday stream, that is going, where's our Dunkirk here? So this is what we'll be painting on our Monday stream. That is going to look a little bit like Richelieu here. So again, that'll be our Monday stream. Fabulous Armada Mondays. Yar, anchors away, ahoy there. I actually looked up the French saying for anchors away in Google Translate, and I said, well, that could be mistaken for something else, so we're not going to use that. I just I took a pass on that. Yeah, it was a little. It was like, no, that could be misinterpreted when somebody's just glancing at the screen to see who is streaming. So I said, nah, let's just go with not that. I also have one of the French pre-dreadnought era battleships, basically the floating hotels. That is going to make for quite the fun little history lesson there. It's going to almost be like a Drakenophel educational video talking about hull design, weight distribution, all that fun stuff. Now let me see if I can get a little more here. Let me go back to this brown here. And we need to divide this up to make it more like rope, like the other sections. We kind of got it down here, but up on the top part we really lost that effect. Back to something lighter. You know, I might even just mix some of the green in there with it. I mean, we got all this ice down here that could influence this color, make it look a little bit more like a greenish gray. The reflected light, obviously not going to be anywhere near as intense as something that would be metal, but even on your skin, if you're wearing a black t-shirt, or say you're wearing a bright green t-shirt, guess what? Your chin will be bright green. You are what you wear. So if you have a bright red t-shirt, or a bright orange t-shirt, you're gonna look like a pumpkin. If you wear a black shirt, you will have 5 o'clock shadow, whether you got 5 o'clock shadow or not. It's the law of light. Which is always fun to say in some kind of a class environment where you're talking about painting portraits or figures, and people immediately look down to see what kind of a shirt they're wearing. And then you don't see them wearing that shirt anymore the rest of the weekend. Nah, that's a little too dark. Let's backtrack to about there. Yeah. Now, of course, I gotta print up some more of these. These are from Titan Forge Miniatures. Remember, they did the Basti, they did the crocodiles, and they also did the fabulous Anubis. And they did all the different weapons. They did the great weapons, they did the hand weapons, and they did the great bows. And those again from Titan
Hello,
Forge.
little hobbits. Spark my guns.
Thank you so much, Paralingon. I appreciate that. It's like, whoa, who are you? It's like, oh, my name is Shandov. It's like, whoa, what? It's like, yeah, I'm Gandalf's older brother. Way tougher than him, too. See this? Check it out, man. That would have been great for the Balrog. Yeah, that seems a little bit better than using a kitchen utensil. That I really don't know what he was thinking. Poor life choices. We'll still get a roll on our Gandalf 6, even though that was Schmandoff. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. I saw the one flash, but it ended up just in the nick of time, being a 2. It kind of fell off the ledge of the cutting board there and landed and rolled one more time, flipped over onto onto the 2 from a potential 1. So thank you so much, Paralincoln, for the follow. Appreciate that. Again, all the Gandalfs appreciate it, whether they're Grumpy Gandalf, whether they are Shandolf, Gandofax. There's an unlimited number of Gandalfs here. Technically, we have a nearly unlimited number of Galadriels because, I mean, okay, we got Catladriel here. We also have our regular Galadriel. We have not one but two versions of Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Here's one of them right here. I'm not quite sure. Does this count as Dark Queen Schmaladriel or not? This we have again many. There are many Galadriels, and they have a plan. Let me see. Here's another one of our Galad. Also painted up on stream. 3D. Oh, here's those basing bits again we've been talking about. That's actually a piece of cork. That's cork bark. That is not actually bulletin board cork like we usually use. But that was another one. Oh, that's actually from Game Buddy, I think. Yeah, we took the Galadriel figure and shrank it down to 28 mil size. I'm going to try. Let me do this. Let me try something here. I'm going to get me some of this green into the as full temp. That should make kind of a grayish color. Boom, there it is. Yeah. Bit of a grayish color. Maybe we try a little lighter version of that up in here for his tusks. Because we have a lot of mid-tone, we have plenty of dark, we have plenty of light down here, but out there we get a little too, yeah, not enough of a difference there. Now I'm going to go back to our white over here, a little bit of our yellow. A little bit more of this lighter stuff right here. Something like that. You know, I'm going to just take a quick little peek at my reference again because I want to see what I did with those tusks. How much lighter did we go? Not too much later. Yeah, I don't think we want to go too far with that. Yeah, I'll not go too far with this. But we are getting close to the 6-hour mark here on the stream, and it's 5:14 in the morning. We need ourselves some chow, and we also need to get a whole bunch of printing stuff going. Yes, we do. I think this is where we want to say thanks for all of the bits, all the subs, the follows, the cheers, and the raids. We had a whole bunch of raids. We have definitely appreciate those. Well, we're going to be back pretty darn soon. Maybe about 17 hours or so is when we'll be back streaming again. And here, let me just grab this one more time, because I do think this is what we'll be painting on our next stream, which again is literally just hours from now. I think I'm gonna get me the, yeah, I'm gonna get the, let's see, let's get this raid countdown started here. Again, this is Wally the Walrus from Arch Villain Miniatures. Oh, thanks, Nerifel. Appreciate that. Glad that you were, I know that was frustrating, Nerifel, but glad you got that solved. Thanks, Nerifel. Appreciate that. And I see everybody just in a matter of hours.